Yo, what's up, my gamers in Christ? How are we doing today? Today is the date of January 15th of 2026. It's a beautiful day out here in Kansas. I'm excited for another long stream today. I am. I'm still kind of waking up, so my apologies if I sound a little groggy. We're gonna get that fixed. We're gonna get that fixed once our shipment of energy drinks hits the market. I think it's really gonna expand our reach. Anyways, how are we doing today, guys? Hopefully we're doing well. Give me a moment and I'm gonna share our link and we'll get started with the stream. There's a lot to talk about today, whether it be ICE shooting another person. I just saw today that Trump has an announcement related to healthcare, so get excited for that, I guess. In other news, we have Nick Shirley put out a new video. I hate that we have to even acknowledge his presence. He's not a very bright individual, not a very bright kid. Live and ready. I think we are alive and ready. Something I'm actually thinking about starting watching is The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. That seems fucking insane. I was talking to Glitterbell last night, and apparently, or not last night, I think it was the night before, there's like a whole cult subplot that seems super fucking interesting, so thinking about watching that. Anyways, let's get let's self-promo a little more areas, and then I'm gonna post my Discord. And if you guys disagree with me, this is very important. If you guys disagree with me, feel free to come and yell at me in the Discord. I encourage it, actually. I try to create a space for everybody, and if some people feel like I'm ignoring their voices and wanna let me know about that, come into the Discord, man. There's no reason to be afraid of me. I am a sweetheart. No, not really, says Ragumi. Yeah, Trump is hurting America, folks. He is absolutely decimating most chance that of the American dream. You know, I feel bad for the Republican Party because they just do not have a functioning party right now. I feel bad for Republicans. They just don't have a functioning party right now. Alright, I have my window open right now, and for some reason, I live in Kansas, so I'm not shocked that it's super windy, but what I am shocked about is how cold it is right now. I guess I shouldn't be too shocked because it is the winter. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, please remember to like and subscribe. We'll be getting started here soon. I just need to share my link and let people know that I'm live. You gotta let the people know. If the people don't know, then how are what are you expecting? What are you expecting is what I'm saying. Anyways, we will be getting started with the actual stream here shortly. To begin with, I'm just getting things set up on my side so that you guys have a seamless experience. For some reason, when I start a new Brave browser, I have to reload the original. I have to reload it, essentially. So I apologize for that. By the way, guys, since it's a longer stream, if we get up to 25 likes, we will be drawing characters from the live stream chat. So that gives us a good little goal to work towards and something to really hone in on. I love this part of Front Mission. This part is very good. I like this song a lot. You know, it gets you pumped up, it gets you excited for what's about to come next. But let me get my game started here, and we can get started, and then we'll begin, I should say, on our quests. Our quest to fight back the shrimp. Unfortunately, the shrimp keep coming, and they do not stop coming. It's like that song in the fairy tale of Shrek. You know, they really don't. It's like every Ritoid we decimate with our brain power, another one pops up. It's like fighting a Hydra. But much in the tail of the Hydra, it seems as though their own poison is working against them as they tear each other apart, cannibalize each other's audience. It's something to watch. It's something to watch, I'll give you that. They've had a rallying point of this Nick Shirley Minnesota fraud stuff, but it's not lasting very long. His new video, I heard, was just a complete dump. We call them big massive dumps, Donald Trump said. By the way, guys, thank you for the reactions and the likes. It really means the world to me. What is up, Mikkel? How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. We'll be getting started here soon. Just waiting for some more people to file in. That's how, you know, that's how these live streams work. You gotta stream a little bit, then it gets you into the algorithm. And then once you're in the algorithm, it depends. If you're a trusted streamer, like I am, then you'll be constantly in the algorithm. But if you're not a trusted streamer, you'll only be in it for a little bit. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking to a YouTube certified trusted streamer right now. I know, hard to believe. They're a rarity these days, but I'm here. I'm here. Something else I was thinking about that would be a pretty cool sub goal is once I hit 300 subs or something, I could release my old gaming channel videos from days gone by. I think I have a gaming video so I have a series for New Vegas, I have a series for SCP Containment Breach, and I think those are the two full series that I could release, and this is this is pre That Guy Doesn't Exist, found politics and loved it. This is when I thought I was gonna be a gaming channel. I know, right? I thought I would be a gaming channel than a politics channel. And so I really put a lot of effort into the gaming videos. As a matter of fact, in the gaming videos for the SCP, I have these little things called ether breaks, where I would break the gameplay up and provide like an SCP short story. And I thought that was fun. I thought that was something that not a lot of other YouTubers were doing at the time that I enjoyed doing. Anyways, we are going to get started into our stories of the day. I think more than enough people have filed in today, so we'll get started on our main topics of discussion. First, I have to go to YouTube real quick, though. Do that. And then I have to bring up OBS. Howdy, missed the start of the stream. Well, that's okay, Bill. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're having a good day, man. Get that up and running. Started with our PBS NewsHour. Absolute Chads, Amna Nava, Absolute Stacy. Wait, hold on. I switched that around. Absolute Stacy, Amna Nava, and Absolute Chad, Jeff Bennett. By the way, to Kalinda, tried dual streaming on Shorts, and it looked to be working for me. Hell yeah. I'm a fan of the dual stream. Once the vertical cropping starts working a little better, I'll look into it. The problem with dual streaming for me right now is that all of my chats are not conglomerated into one spot, and it's a little harder on my PC. When you did it, they didn't show up Shorts. Yeah, I noticed that. It was really weird. But I can try experimenting again. I can definitely try that. It'll have to be next week's streams though, because the way I'm doing my streams now, I'm gonna actually schedule them. Because it helps them get in the algorithm and stuff like that. But honestly, we're doing great on growth, guys. You guys have absolutely been killing it. I'm super proud of what you guys have been doing and the effort you guys have been putting forward to make sure my channel grows and becomes relevant. So thank you guys so much. That really means the world to me.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. On the NewsHour tonight, as the unrest continues in Iran, President Trump appears to tamp down his own threats of military...
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this was a huge disappointment in my mind. How the fuck are you gonna spit Ayatollah talking points? That is fucking disgusting. I guess it doesn't matter if the chats aren't all together. I'd be Shorts and Mod anyways. Yeah, I mean, we'll experiment a little bit more. We'll definitely experiment a little bit more. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there. Anyways, let's continue.
Action.
Fundamental disagreements remain after a meeting between the White House and officials from Denmark and Greenland, a territory the president has said the U.S. should control.
And more immigration raids and the ongoing fallout from the killing of a U.S. citizen by an ICE agent keeps the Twin Cities on edge.
This morning when I left my house, I was like, am I going to see ICE? I don't know. Are they going to arrest me? I don't know.
Wow. Wow. American citizen right there.
And that's what, the entire Somali community and community of color feeling now.
Look, you guys are scattershotting. You're not even just hitting the fucking Somali community. These losers are also going in to attack our, just our people of color. Disgusting.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Shout out to American Cruise Line and
the Julie
Consumer
and Peter Bloom
Cellular.
Kovler Foundation, upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad.
Well, unfortunately, the at-home part seems to be not working right now.
Foundation, working with visionaries. On
I
the
saw
front
Trump
line.
before I went live threatened the Insurrection Act. Can you believe that? The fucking Insurrection Act for what's going on in Minnesota. So just disgusting.
Signs of social change worldwide. Friends of the NewsHour, including Nell,
Give me
Martha,
5
and
seconds.
Mary
I gotta
Minnow,
go get
in
my
honor of
DoorDash
the life
order.
and
I will
legacy
be
of
right
their
back,
parents,
ladies and
Newton
gentlemen.
and Josephine Baskin Minnow, and Julie and Robin Powell through Fidelity Charitable. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the News Hour. For days, fears and tensions have racked the Middle East. And we're witnessing unprecedented protests in Iran, a deadly crackdown by Iranian authorities, and threats to intervene by President Trump.
But tonight, President Trump said Iran's crackdown had eased and suggested his focus was no longer a military strike.
Did you hear Enrique Tarrio might have joined ICE? I don't know who that is. No, I did not hear about that.
Nick Schifrin is here following all of this for us. So, Nick, what did the president
Oh,
say
the
this
good Nick. It's the good Nick, ladies and gentlemen. If only this was the Nick we were given instead of Nick Shirley.
The president said that the killing in Iran is, quote, stopping, and that Iran would not follow through on the first execution of a protester, which we expected today. And this is crucial, Jeff, because the president for days has been warning Iran, threatening Iran, that if Iran killed protesters...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Really helps out the channel.
which Iranian
The Proud Boys founder? Oh my god. Great. That's just
by the
great.
thousands, and that if Iran went through with that execution that we...
Yeah, I think the... You know what's really damaging is that, you know, I think ICE may have to be dismantled after this, after what Trump has done. I don't typically advocate for us, you know, totally getting rid of institutions, but the fact of the matter is that Trump has turned this thing into a paramilitary group, and it needs to be treated as such. The killing has stopped. Trump is the type of person to say, wow, the enemies have given up and left the giant horse in to commemorate our victory over them. Let us bring it into our wall. Oh, what did Fish and Charlie say? I didn't see his message there.
expected, quote, we will take very strong action. So by saying this today, the president at least appears to be no longer
I know you got timed out there, Fish and Charlie, but what's up, gamer? How you doing?
focused on a military strike.
Does this mean military action is now off the table against Iran?
Well, we're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good...
Wait, who is that child? Who's this random child? Accidental timeout. Fish and Charlie, no! No! I hope you are okay. Please. Please don't leave. We appreciate you and we love you here.
Very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
Are they still considering military action? Is that still a
They say
threat?
no executions. Everyone was talking about a lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no executions. I hope that's true.
The president even went so
Ladies and
far
gentlemen,
as to say
it is
that
not.
protesters in Iran have been shooting back. That is a point that the Iranian government has
Yeah, this is something I rail on. The Iranian government themselves. The Iranian government themselves are saying that there are quote unquote people shooting back. What is this? We allow annoying MAGA like Charlie here? Yes, we do. We allow all of the voices unless they're being racist, homophobic, wishing death on a fellow American, or just anybody in general. Stuff like that will get you timed out, but it won't get you banned. To be banned, you have to like try to dox me or something.
has been making that hundreds of security forces have been killed during these protests. So what's actually happening?
By the way,
on
guys,
ground?
remember to like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, please come into the chat.
Jeff, last night we spoke to an Iranian inside Iran who said that there have been fewer protests over the last few days, but only because the crackdown has been so ruthless. Activists say at least 2,500 people,
Yeah, even then we just time out.
perhaps many times that, have been killed, and simultaneously Iran launched an unprecedented...
I don't think I personally haven't banned anybody. I think, isn't that the hide user from channel option? What do you think about Tim Waltz? I think Tim Waltz is a governor. I wasn't personally too happy when he announced that he wouldn't be running for re-election just because of the timing, you know? I think he's done some pretty great things. What do I think about Baby Drive Drive? Well, I think that you should be advocating for an investigation to happen, which it currently isn't happening. I think anybody should advocate for an investigation to happen when an American citizen's life is taken from them, regardless of what the circumstances are. So I advocate for an investigation. If you want my personal opinion, I think she got cold-blooded fucking murdered, but I'm not an investigator, and that's why I advocate for a investigation to happen. You are disappointed that he wasn't going to run again. Well, I'm disappointed that he announced it at the time in which he did. You know what I mean? I think the timing was just so fucking stupid, dude. Why announce it now? Why announce it now? Super kind of stupid. I don't know what that means, but amen.
Internet crackdown. So take a listen now to human rights activist
But I mean, I think Tim Waltz did do good stuff while he was governor, you know. And while he is still currently governor, because he has clearly been caught. Oh, clearly been caught by Nick Shirley going around asking to see people's children. Yes, I'm sure he was caught by that. You realize the actual fraud that was uncovered, he's the one that started those investigations, him and Biden.
Boromand, who leads the Abdurrahman Boromand Foundation.
Oh, we got some soy going on in my chat. Thank you guys so much for showing up. I was a little afraid you guys wouldn't show up. We've got soy going on in my chat right now. Like tampons in boys' restrooms? Yes, that's what we all are advocating for. I mean, if you're allowing all the fraud to go on, it's just a small amount of money. It's not just a small amount of money. I mean, the thing is, they're the ones that discovered that fraud. You know, the daycares have no evidence that they're committing fraud. It was just some guy going around with his camera saying, "Can I see your children?" That's not an investigation.
They have been very brave, but there is a point.
By the way, if you guys
they
are
ask
enjoying the stream,
themselves,
please
okay,
remember to
you
like
know,
and subscribe. I stream every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, let me know. Or don't let me know. Like and subscribe. Let me know as well. That's important. There is no children. Yep, there's no children. No children in general. They're just gone. Tampons in boys' restrooms. I don't understand. Are you for tampons in boys' restrooms? I don't care whether they can be in there or they can not be in there. I really don't care.
we are going out, and each time 1/3 of us is not.
I'm more concerned about things like the economy, how the average American citizen is living, how they're able to afford things. I could care less about tampons in boys' restrooms or not. It's very interesting that you got, it seems like the culture war stuff, you guys really enjoyed that. And now that when it comes to real politic, it's a little hard to advocate for your policies because they're stupid. Not qualified to speak. My friend, every American, regardless of their background and regardless of who they are, is allowed to speak about politics. It's their right. It's their right. I'd say it's pretty gay not to care. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want $1 of my taxes going to tampons, kids going down to flush down the toilet. Well, I highly doubt any of your taxes are going to tampon-related amenities in boys' restrooms.
Coming back, they have used either machine guns or similar arms to kill in numbers. So that.
See, look at this though, Adam. I'm talking to you in free and open space. But, and you're saying I'm stupid and all this. I haven't called you stupid. I haven't called you that at all. You have no rights, just temporary privileges. That's interesting.
That means
I don't even think MAGA would agree with that. Like, straight, all out and out MAGA would disagree with that probably.
that people who have come out have seen a lot of this. I don't think this is over, but I think that it will calm down for a while.
One shot, one thrill. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't call you stupid. I said liberals are stupid. Well, I'm a liberal, man. I don't think all Republicans are stupid. I think people like Thomas Massey have great ideas. And while I disagree with 90% of things, we can at least agree on some things and not paint each other as these vicious, evil killers. I am MAGA? Oh, trust me, one shot, one thrill. I know you are.
As Boromon put it tonight, Jeff, people are focused on
I'm a Sigma Alpha, actually.
counting and burying
I'm a Sigma Alpha Sagittarius, actually.
the dead.
And Nick, what have you learned about the military preparations for this moment and how the U.S. perceives the threat?
Yeah, so let's talk about short-term.
See, Adam, I fight against that. Like, I really do implore you not to just call every liberal stupid, and just like I don't call every conservative stupid. I think they have good ideas, just like anybody, you know? I disagree with some of them, but that doesn't mean we have to treat each other like we're these evil, evil people. Oh, read my comment. There were never tampons in boys' restroom. That was a lie they made up. Oh, like the furry litter boxes? Oh, I didn't realize that. Thank you, Bill. Sorry about missing your comment there. Oh, wow. So this isn't even real. We're debating. It's like debating if Britonia should invade the Empire.
The short term for the U.S. has been the protest.
Now, see, Adam, that's not true either. I don't stand for communism. I hate the idea of communism. My family fled the idea of communism in the 30s. You know, I'm not a communist. I believe in privatization. I believe in success.
Of course, and a U.S. official tells me that the military response that they've been considering really goes from a range.
Well, if there's LGBT flags in school, who cares? You know what I mean? It's not like the rainbow flag is going to brainwash children into being gay.
Of light to heavy. Light could be an attack on the security forces.
So most liberals would consider themselves? No. So I think a problem right now is that social media amplifies the most extreme of our voices. So when you say liberal, I imagine someone like IRI. I imagine someone like Lonerbox. But I imagine when you're thinking liberal, you're thinking someone more like a socialist. Someone like Hassan. You know what I mean? I'm not like that. I do not believe we should fucking seize the means of production or anything like that. I think America's great, and we just have a couple issues that we need to address. But that doesn't mean we're lost. That doesn't mean we need to change our economic system into a centralized and planned economy. Represents homosexual acts. Well, I'm bisexual myself, so I think that is something to bring into account. So I may not, I've always been bisexual, and it's that flag personally to me has always given me comfort to know that I'm not going to be discriminated for my sexuality. But that's just from my perspective. I don't think it's going to hurt or change anybody's opinions or anything like that. I'm a sexual deviant. Oh, there we go. There we go.
That are specifically targeting, specifically killing these protesters. The idea would be to send the message to these protesters, we know who's killing you and we've got your back. The medium option would be to expand.
Well, I knew I was bisexual at the age of 13, dude. You know what I mean?
And that would to go after all security forces in Iran, clearly trying to destabilize the regime.
Adults that want to discuss sexuality with children are all predators. Not at all, dude. If somebody, I feel bad for a kid who is into the same sex and then get discriminated against for that. That's horrible.
Security forces themselves.
In elementary school? Well, in elementary school, I don't even think they know what they're looking at that point. Insert the clip of Trump discussing sexuality with kids now. Do it? All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Trump kids sexuality. I bet we can find it. On the express line to HIV. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. If you have the link, Bill. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right here. But, I don't remember if it was in an interview or kids don't have a sexuality. There's going to be an epic failure. How can you be a double failure? I'll find it. Bet. Thank you, Bill. I don't know what to exactly look for in that. Trump kid sexuality is probably not the, Oh, I don't have to find something. I don't have to find that at all. We have evidence of that by Donald Trump not allowing black people to rent his, not allowing black people to rent his apartments, and he was indicted and charged for that and found guilty of it, I believe. Create it with AI? No, I'm all right. Thank you for the offer, though. Let's get back on to PBS NewsHour, though, while we wait for that link.
Heavy, that would be to target Iran's nuclear and missile program. That would go well beyond the protests, of course. A U.S.
Remember
official
that the
also
Alzheimer's
tells
Cheeto Daddy kidnapped another country's leader, and that you would forget the trafficked, raped, and killed children with Epstein. Yes, he did. This man invaded an entire country just so people would forget about the Epstein files. But I do have an issue with that. Liberals have no evidence or facts to stand on, just a bunch of emotional nonsense. Well, I'm giving you evidence and facts. Do you want me to bring up the Trump indictment? Trump indictment for discriminating against black people for home ownership. There we go. United States versus let's see, Trump. Here, we got an AI overview for you. I didn't block you, Fish and Charlie. That was, Bill accidentally timed you out, but you're here. Donald Trump was indicted for discriminating against, was not indicted for discriminating against black people. However, in 1973, the U.S. Department of Justice sued Trump, his father, Fred Trump, and their company, Trump Management, for racial discrimination on apartment rent, not home ownership. Okay. The lawsuit alleged violations of the Fair Housing Act, including steering black applicants away from predominantly white buildings, lying about apartment availability, and using codes for C or colored on their applications. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Are you okay with yeah, exactly. Like, how do you actually defend racism? I don't get that. Damn it, Billy. I know, Fish and Charlie. I hope I hope no ill will is built there, by the way. Anyways, next try and find some information about Joe Biden being a pedophile. I'm all right.
Tells me tonight that the U.S. believes that Iran's response to a U.S. military strike would be heavier than what we've seen in the past. Iran's attack last June on the U.S.
Oh, we got anecdotal evidence now. My grandfather lived in Jamaica Estates near Trump. Nobody defends racism. We just want an example. Hey, and I understand. Adam, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you are racist, or I think you're just conservative and opinionated. I don't think you're a POS. Now about the Joe Biden, I know what you're gonna bring up. You're gonna bring up the crime bill, and then you might bring up the segregation bills he voted on, and he regrets voting on those and says it was a mistake.
In the Middle East,
Trump was never racist.
Al Udeid in Qatar, all of those missiles were shot down, Jeff, and that's why you saw the U.S.
hate and anger. It's so weird that MAGA is okay with it, with people dying, military hunting our own citizens, keeping the LGBTQ down. I'll never understand. Yeah, I don't get it either, but we're working on it. We're trying to work on our allies, I guess our brethren, I should say. His family saying he's a creep? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the diary that the House Republicans stole from his granddaughter?
Evacuated Al Udeid because of that threat. But again, long term, there are other considerations that the U.S. is really focused on. Same goals as before.
I disagree, Adam. I've seen a lot more homophobia recently. I don't know what it's from, but I have seen a lot more, like, just out and out homophobia recently. Like, people feel emboldened to say the F word. And, you know, I understand that it used to be a meme, but, you know, they're just saying it, like, just right in front of people.
An Iran without a nuclear program, an Iran without ballistic missiles, an Iran without funding terrorism across the region.
Let's talk about this for a minute. Like, I think it's a real travesty, and I feel like MAGA would agree. Like, we should be supporting the Iranian people's protest. You know what I mean? This is what I had people in my chat just the other day saying, oh, the Iranian people are cheering for Trump. They're asking for American support, and then now it's nothing. It's radio silence from Trump, and as a matter of fact, he started saying things like the protesters were shooting back. I'm buying I support Trump, you libtard. Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear you're acknowledging your sexuality. That's great, man. Trump is supporting the Iranian protest. Well, he was for a moment, but just recently he started speaking Ayatollah talking points about how the protesters are shooting back and stuff, and said military intervention is looking increasingly unlikely. I've heard speculation that the time for striking has actually passed. which is heartbreaking because the people of Iran deserve a fucking representative government, which they're not getting. You guys will never see me support someone like the Ayatollah. How do you act like you're so calm when you know how mixed up you are inside and don't know what to think because the side... I'm not mixed up at all. I'm very confident in my beliefs and in my logic. So I don't feel confused at all. Your side is trying to give US while being communist. That's something you got to get out of your head, man. We're not communists. Hold on. Bill sent me a link that I'm going to open up. Oh, this is interesting. Very disgusting right there. This, let's find out. Resurfaced videos show Trump making lewd comments about baby daughter's breast. Well, I'm sure this will prove Trump's innocence, actually. I'm gonna block those. No, thank you.
Of yours, and what does Tiffany have of Marla's?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's really a beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Hey, tell the people with the hammer and sickle flag you're not a communist and they should go home. Hey, trust me. I do the
a federal appeals.
I do that. Red Guy. So Red Guy has just given you a perfect example of what not to do in my chat. Bam Bam, Renee Good, rest in piss. That's just something we don't do here. Now you're going to get timed out for about 30 minutes, my friend. We do not celebrate the death of an American citizen, regardless of if you disagree with what was happening or not.
And on those missiles, recently the DIA said that by 20.
Yeah, I would rather people didn't make comments disparaging whether Renee Good or Charlie Kirk. Amen, dude. Yeah, that's a weird thing to say. I agree, dude. It's just not... Like, why do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? Like, she's an American citizen, bro. She didn't, you know, I don't think she woke up that... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Adam. It's something I've seen more and more of recently. I don't get it either. I would never say that about Charlie Kirk, and I would never say that about fucking anybody on their side getting killed, but...
2035, Iran could have 60 intercontinental ballistic missiles. Today it has 0, and so in the long term, that is what the U.S. is focused on. And clearly, if the president has taken military action off the table, at least for now, right now, that is still what the U.S. is going to focus on, making a deal over nuclear weapons.
Those type of comments really do just... It makes me sad because I could never... yeah, I could never fucking root for the death of anybody. I don't know.
Meantime, Nick, U.S. officials announced they're moving to phase 2 of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. What does that look like in real terms?
Yeah, very quickly, senior U.S. officials just got off the phone with reporters announcing tonight.
I think there is an aspect of just continually radicalization going on. I watched a very interesting video by Warfronts. It's about a year old that talked about how a civil war in the U.S. Could play out, and one of the aspects is like radicalized groups on both sides, so on the left and the right, basically antagonizing each other to do more and more horrific shit, like we saw in the Years of Lead in Italy. So That's something I fight against, you know what I mean? The people out here calling for murder are beyond saving. I try to extend a hand even if they're saying the most disgusting, horrendous shit, because at the end of the day, I know that they must be hurting to be saying that type of stuff. Now, I will disagree with you there, Adam. A lot of infrastructure bills have come from the Democrats, at least in Kansas.
That they had technical governance set up for Gaza, and that the president was going to be sending out invitations to join the Board of Peace. That's what will oversee Gaza's reconstruction.
But I do want to make it clear that, like, radicalized thought, like killing people for your political motivation, has no place in our society. It'd be really tough for a war for the social workers who don't own guns to fight the construction workers who go hunting on the weekends. It wouldn't be a civil war in the context that we typically think of it. It would be, like I said, like in Italy, the Years of Lead, where groups from far right and far left fringes of society commit more and more atrocities. Or like what you saw in the IRA.
A vague idea, taking a look at the map for how this would work.
Calm down,
you have
but
this
it is
yellow
in the
line in Gaza, which you see right there.
Well,
Phase
yeah,
2,
that's
the idea is
something else. I think the Democrats are a lot more moderate than we get credit for. I don't even understand why they would want a war against us. How delusional. Amen, dude. I love America, and I would never want a civil war. I'll be honest. I don't know if I could hold a weapon to my fellow American and make that decision. I don't know if I can. So I tried to be a moderate voice and try to bring down the temperature as much as I can.
To rebuild eastern Gaza. On the right there, you see in the red, allowing Palestinians to cross over from the west to the east. And the idea is that as they cross, they would be handing their weapons over through some kind of gun buyback. But that is very far where we are now, from where we are now. The reconstruction.
I don't think there's too many people on the left calling for civil war right now, but there are some like small little agitators that do make their voices very well known. You know, unfortunately, we have representatives, instead of people like I'm really important, we have people like Hassan representing us. Republicans don't go out and destroy public property. What about January 6th? You know, both sides, you know, I hate to do the both sides, but both sides can have their radical elements.
Destruction of Gaza, you look.
Yeah. If we had Democrats from 1982, they were significantly more to the left instead of being centrist now since Bubba came up. Yeah, that's something else.
Rafa, that looks like
I really do. I feel bad for the Republicans that are more moderate and don't identify with MAGA, because their party has kind of abandoned them.
Right now, the other challenge, of course, Hamas has not agreed to demilitarize. U.S. hoping that today's announcement at least will show they've got momentum toward governance, even if they don't have a final deal.
Yeah, Jay, you are hitting on a very important point. Russia and China are licking their lips thinking about a civil war in America. It's one of the biggest reasons I actually do not want, like, well, obviously, for the obvious reasons, but it's one of the biggest reasons a civil war would just be so disastrous in America, because that would just give Russia and China full carte blanche to do whatever they want in their spheres of influence.
To demilitarize.
Nick Schifrin, our thanks to you as always.
And, you know, I would also, you know, don't forget about abortion clinic bombings. Those went on pretty frequently. You don't hear about them anymore, but they went on pretty frequently.
Thank you.
Are you telling me you wouldn't be upset with the fucking internet going down? Oh, you sent me 2 Trump links. Interesting. Let's bring them up. Oh, I think I've seen this one. He never fails to surprise, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give him that. He never fails to surprise. And Adam, I actually would point out that because of Donald Trump, that a lot of militia groups protecting like communities of color have begun to pop up. And so maybe in the past that would have been the case, but it would be a pretty bloody and destructive war on both sides. So I just do not want that to happen in any way or any shape or form.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Whoa! Okay, that one was crazy.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
That is crazy. But, anyways, let's continue on. Iran's population has doubled since the 1979 revolution to over 90 million. That's actually really interesting. The Rainbow Police? Oh yeah, they stopped by today to make sure I was reciting my gay hymns, so...
President Trump said today that he hoped for a resolution on his threat to annex Greenland. That followed Vice President Vance and Secretary of...
By the way, if you guys are enjoying this stream, please remember to like and subscribe. I do a show every day from 1 a.m. to 10 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, remember to like and subscribe. I've got a giant fucking gust of wind. That good old Kansas wind coming into my area right now, so you might hear some wind gusts.
State Rubio meeting with the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland at the White House this morning. But Trump again registered his concern about a perceived threat to Greenland from Russia and China.
Greenland is very important for the national security, including of Denmark. And the problem is not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland, but there's everything we can do.
Danish
But,
foreign
like,
minister.
What events would have to happen where China and Russia occupy Greenland? You know what I mean? Hey Adam, EBT is a very important... I'm proud of our EBT program.
Lars Løkke Rasmussen said after the meeting that a working group would be
Hey, I love America and I love democracy as well.
established to discuss a broad range of issues. He also said it was clear that he and his colleague did not manage to change the American position and that it remains clear that Trump wishes to conquer Greenland. But the people in Greenland and NATO member Denmark reject that, and the threat has deeply rattled the rest of the alliance. For more on all of this, we turn now to retired Dutch Admiral Rob Bauer.
By the way, guys, my chat is a war zone, so, you know, you just have to be careful when going in. It's a war zone out there. Eventually, we'll be able to sit down and eat some Christmas meals together, but right now, it's a war zone. We are a republic. Yes, a republic. I agree. But what is a I hate this stuff. It's like, no, we're not actually a democracy. We're a republic. Which the only difference is instead of voting on the laws themselves, we vote on the people who vote on the laws. Oh my God. What a difference.
From 2021 until January of 2025, he was the chair of the Military Committee of NATO. Admiral Bauer,
Yeah,
welcome
constitutional republic in which all people vote, a democracy.
to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
So let's just start with your reaction to those meetings today between Danish and Greenlandic officials and the Trump administration, and the Danish foreign minister saying there are fundamental disagreements that remain between the parties.
I don't like drinking. Me neither. Not a fan of it. Not a fan of it at all. I'm more of a stoner. By the way, weed time if you guys want to light up a little hog's leg, as they say, and join me.
Well, those remarks are for him.
Drinking fucks my stomach up. Adam may not like drinking, but his mother did. Hey, Adam's being a lot nicer than some of them here. Trump is hurting America. It's the Trump isn't hurting America. It's the Democratic parties who support terrorists and illegal undocumented aliens. I do not support terrorism, not in the slightest. That shit has no fucking place in our society. My mom smoked crack based on my political affiliation. I don't think so. She was a pretty clean mom.
This is not a new thing. The United States tried to, a president in, I think, 1867 or something, tried to buy Greenland already. And so this is a long-standing wish from the US to have more influence in Greenland. And that is because of the strategic positioning of the geography of Greenland. If you look at the map from the polar circle, then basically you see that Greenland is in between Russia and the United States.
By the way, Greenland is not that big, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to point out, it's not that big. I know it looks big. I really do think Trump may be maybe a little confused, because a lot of people are about the island, but it's not that big. It's about the size of like Alaska. It's not an entire continent.
And what we see as a result of the global warming is that the waters north of or the polar in the polar region are warming up, and therefore the ice is melting, and those waters will become navigable, and that is good news for the merchant vessels that China wants to use to bring its goods that it produces to.
Wait, what? I wasn't admitting drunk people have better ideas than me.
Europe and the United States, but
it's shown in its actual size on the screen right now. Oh, it is? Okay.
If merchant vessels can navigate through those waters, then also naval vessels can navigate through those waters. And that would bring, that would allow the Chinese and Russian Pacific Fleet to actually come.
Well, let us praise the heavens that Adam is not drunk, because I would have been absolutely decimated. Had he been. Why aren't you crying when Joe Biden ruined the nation and made us into a laughingstock in front of the world? We were not a laughingstock under Joe Biden. What are you talking about? 2 new members of NATO joined under Biden. It was his leadership that prevented Putin from taking all of Ukraine. What are you talking about?
Come to the North Atlantic much faster than via any other route. And that is,
oh, got you, my bad.
Of course, a strategic risk.
May I ask you, though, about the perceived threat right now? Because let me just play for you how the President Trump talks about the threat from Russia and China.
Yeah, Trump could easily use the diplomacy button on Greenland, especially because I don't think Greenland would, like, we have a NATO alliance with them, so I don't know if Greenland would have necessarily been opposed. Now they may. The pullout of Afghanistan. Well, who's the one who decided to pull out of Afghanistan? Who's the one who stood next to terrorists and promised them the people of their nation? Who did that? Oh, that was Donald Trump.
China at this moment. Here's what he said this week.
We need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers.
Democrats can't be Christian. Well, that's just not true. We have amazing members of our party like James Tallarico. Biden gave the order? No, my friend, that was Donald Trump. Donald Trump. That must have been... I disagree. Okay. The Afghanistan withdrawal was going to be messy regardless of who did it. Number one, because we believed that the security forces we had trained there we're going to hold up a little bit better to the Taliban. It's unfortunate, but what happened was that the Afghan security forces crumbled, a force of 300,000 that we trained. And hey, what's up, Garage Boss? Good to see you. Many more people than last time. Yeah, I know. We've really been expanding, and I'm super proud of our community we have here. But to address the Afghanistan point, you know, we did not expect our security forces of 300,000 strong to just flatten like that. And so, you know, there's not really much. I don't see how it could have been a lot smoother. You know, we made a decision that we were going to be out of there, and out of there is out of there, you know?
There are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia.
I think what's more of a disgrace is standing next to the leader of the Taliban. You know, a leader of the Taliban and basically giving them the lives of people who want a democracy. I think that's more of a disgrace.
Or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't.
Big issue, and mainly they're related by blood. They had no clue how to live, let alone find an army. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was very surprised. I'll be back. Smoky time. Hey, enjoy your little doobie. I'm smoking myself. But I don't think anybody expected them to crumble that quick, you know? I really don't.
Also, Admiral, today the Danish foreign minister...
Think about that. U.S. trained soldiers, and they crumbled like that, dude. I don't know.
Said this on that same topic. Take a listen.
It is not a true narrative that we have, you know, Chinese warships all around the place. According to our intelligence, we haven't had a Chinese warship.
Oh no, I am just smoking. Just had a little anxiety. Unfortunately, that's how it goes when you are when you're a little bit of a basket case.
In Greenland for a decade or so.
So, Admiral,
Triple B?
Who is right on this? When you look at the landscape right now, are there Russian and Chinese warships all around Greenland, as President Trump says?
I hope you understand that since I left NATO, I'm not privy to any longer to intelligence as I was in that job. So I can't compete with the people in office both in Denmark and the United States. But what I do know is that the Russians are allowing the Chinese to enter their waters. And they are doing this for a couple of years already. They have combined air patrols with long range.
Now, this is actually interesting. Increased Chinese and Russian cooperation is never good. It's one of the reasons why I think the Venezuela invasion, or what happened in Venezuela, might be bad. Because what getting rid of Venezuelan oil does for China is it makes China more dependent on Russia. And so we really don't want to see that increased cooperation between the two sides. And we're unfortunately seeing it. So
reconnaissance aircraft from both air forces, Russian and Chinese. They operate together with.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the algorithm.
And this is not just to study polar bears, as General Grinkovich, the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, said. This is to prepare militarily as well. So this is preparing the grounds. This is getting to know the grounds. This is gaining intelligence, gaining experience.
What a stupid argument. We'll fight against it. Fight against it then instead of calling it stupid. Why don't you fight against it? That's stupid. I wish I could do that in debates. It would be so much simpler.
Difficult waters, difficult weather. And so for the Chinese, this is a great opportunity where the Russians for a very long time didn't allow anyone in those waters. And now as they are becoming more and more the little nephew in that relationship because of their dependence on China, because of the Ukraine war, where China basically not only gives political support, but also all the raw materials and the parts for the weapons and sensors and ammunition that Russia is building for that war. So the Russians are so dependent on China that they have to allow China into the Arctic. And I think that is what President Trump is so worried about, that it is not only Russia that is patrolling those waters and is getting access to those waters, but it is increasingly also China.
So as I'm hearing you saying there's a growing threat, and there could be a growing threat against Greenland, would Article 5 protections extended from Denmark, which is a NATO ally, would those not be enough to protect Greenland, or do you support President Trump?
Okay, now my chat's updating. We don't like that either, but we forget that. Oh, his mentor said he was friends with Trump too. That's interesting. Sorry, my chat was frozen there for a minute, guys.
That it needs to be under U.S.
We wanted to play nation building with Afghanistan, but we didn't commit, and now they run by the Taliban. Yeah, that's something else. Like, if we commit to actually building a democracy, we need to commit to it. If we ever do these, like what's happening in Venezuela right fucking now, we need to commit to actually building a better nation. Because personally, I would rather the United States build up democracies than Russia or China build up autocracies. That's just my personal opinion, because unfortunately, the world is interconnected. So whether you like it or not, that's how it is. And if one major superpower doesn't come and fill the void, another will. And it sounds like you guys are okay with that being China.
Control to be adequately protected.
Or Russia.
I don't think it's necessary that it is under U.S. control. This is a territory of the
Kyla, I'll admit, I am not black.
Danish Kingdom. Greenland is part of that.
The Russians tried, it didn't work. U.S. tried, it didn't work. They need to learn to come to the conclusion. You need to learn to come to the conclusion themselves. Well, my issue was, like, it could have worked. Some of our interventions have worked. It's just what we did in Afghanistan is so heartbreaking, dude. I'm sorry. That's not the America I grew up loving.
And so it is part of the Danish kingdom, and therefore it is up to Denmark and together with Greenland to.
Fortunately for nation building, you have to raise an entire generation, maybe even a couple. And I'm okay with that. I know, like, that's crazy to hear. I'll tell you guys this. I'm okay with paying half of my paycheck in taxes if it means my fellow American is clothed, fed, and housed. And any of that excess money we send abroad to help improve other people's lives. I like that, dude.
To work on,
like, I don't know why
that.
people
But
are so
in terms
offended by that.
Of the strategic
50 plus years, it's not easy. Yeah. That's why things like USAID are such a genius invention, because the soft power is untold.
Importance of Greenland and the waters around it, I understand what President Trump is saying. I cannot comment on the intelligence.
Unfortunately, the Trump regime does not understand soft power, which is so fucking stupid. That's the thing. We have women and children starving in our streets. Well, we should be trying to feed them, dude. Like, I agree, that's an issue. Then why is Donald Trump withholding funding for crucial items? You know, if that's the case, then why is Donald Trump withholding funding for crucial services?
What he is referring to, but I agree with him.
I'm not
that
saying that we have to take care of the world. All I'm saying is that Donald Trump isn't even taking care of Americans.
Increasingly, the Arctic is an area where there is no longer high north low tensions. This is an area where we will see rising tensions in the next couple of decades because of
In the wrong hands. About the charities and the wrong hands, I think that that's why USAID was such a good thing. You know, it had a bit of oversight while still being able to contract out and stuff like that.
the strategic importance, the melting ice, and also, of course, all the raw materials that are available there, oil, gas, but also
He's been in office for just over a year and done more for What has he done for Americans? He's got us into a foreign conflict. Great. That's just absolutely fantastic. Didn't you guys vote for no new wars? He has hemorrhaged jobs ever since he's taken office. We've lost jobs. We haven't gained any. He's ripped the food out of so many Americans' mouths that I had people coming into my shop afraid they wouldn't be able to pay for their own food. What are we talking about here? Biden did far more. Oh, what's the Oh, well, why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me what is the national gas price? And what is it in your state? How much do you pay for gas right now? How many wars has Trump ended? I don't fucking know. It goes from 8 to 12 to 17 to 19 to 2. It's impossible to know. You guys all said free Palestine, and I still believe that. My shop? Oh, quick. I just work at a quick shop. I didn't mean to make it sound like I owned the shop. Sorry about that. 280. All right. So how much is it in your state? How much do you, so it's 280. You pay 280. What state is that? Under Biden, it was over $5. Well, that's what happens when the major gas station of the world invades another country and you put sanctions on them. So, that would be why your gas was very expensive early on. But by the time Biden left office, it's pretty similar to what it is now. A liter. I forgot you guys pay per gallon. Yeah, I know. We should just switch over already, dude. What are we doing? You know, it's very weird that that's the one thing we decide. We're sticking by the imperial system, guys. We like it. Kinda, you're not, what state is that? What state are you paying $2.80 a gallon?
A lot of other stuff that can be found there.
Disprove you.
It's a rich area in many, many areas. So I think that is...
No, not at all. Biden was all about drill, baby, drill. Under Biden, our oil production went through the roof.
The reason why everybody's concerned. And that is the reason why now NATO is, if you...
Yeah, Biden actually increased pipelines. That's what I thought. I didn't know if he increased pipelines, but I know drilling under Biden it didn't stop.
If you listen to...
LOL. Wow. Kinda, you gotta tell me what state you're getting that fucking information from. So much for the same fuel.
The secretary...
It is kind of insane, but you're in the UK, aren't you? I don't want to dox you or anything, but in the what's it called? In the UK, it's a lot more, it's a smaller space, right? So I don't imagine you're doing as much driving, but still, I mean, the invasion of Ukraine did raise gas prices. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that's not a fact.
Secretary General of NATO, Mark.
I'm trying to get some facts behind that, but you haven't told me what state you're getting fucking 280 per gallon in. Remember, guys, saying American first is anti-Semitic? I never said that.
Rutte, he's talking about a new activity.
Glory to Ukraine. Amen, dude. I feel so bad for the Ukrainian people. Like, they're the fighters for democracy. You know what I mean? Like, Zelensky is the guy standing up against tyranny and autocracy. Average 20 miles a day. Well, maybe they should subsidize. I'm not sure about that then, because that is very expensive.
Arctic Sentry.
Maybe not subsidize.
More
maybe
and more NATO members can
I don't know,
join
there's a couple
for
things you could
activities
do.
in and around Greenland to make sure that we have ice.
Ew, glory to Russia? Who the fuck? You are in the wrong chat, my friend. So Utah, got you. You don't have to. I just needed to know the state. Let's check if you're a liar or not today. 280 is pretty reasonable though, so I don't think you're lying to me. AAA gas prices. Yeah, you're in the wrong chat if you're cheering for Russia, my friend. All right, Utah. Right there. Hey, you're actually a little off. You're actually, well, for mid-grade, it is up by 10 cents from what you said. For regular, though, it's a little lower than what you were saying. But for mid-grade, it is about $2.90. So congratulations. However, I don't think a dip in 20 cents per gallon. Actually, this one is saying it's about a dip in 40 cents per gallon. That's interesting. You guys do have some pretty cheap gas in the state of Utah. So I won't deny, you know, your gas may be cheaper, but I don't think 40 cents even is going to change people's lives and bring people's affordability down. You know what I mean? I think policies like anti-price gouging policies and stuff like that are going to affect people's lives. And it still doesn't hit at the core issues of what Donald Trump ran on, which is grocery prices would come tumbling down. I'll end the Ukraine war in under a day. You know. But hey, congratulations. I'm glad Utah has some good and cheap gas. You know what I mean? Bet you love gas prices under Biden. I mean, they were only about 40 cents more. So yeah, I wasn't too upset about them.
Happening there with the Russians and the Chinese.
Admiral, I have less than 30 seconds left, but I have to ask you, it's a strange situation here with the U.S. threatening to...
And I think it's impressive how much Biden brought it down by. If you look at it, it was at a high of $5, and he brought it down by a whole $2. You know, Biden couldn't control if Putin was going to invade Ukraine. But he did fucking drill. He did drill, baby, drill. And the results of that were cheaper gas by the end of his presidency.
To annex Greenland. With that...
No matter who the president is, I get gas. It takes 5 minutes. Who gives a fuck about gas? Well, I do agree to a certain extent that, like, gas isn't a huge deal for most Americans, but for businesses, it can be a big deal. So I don't deny that, you know, lower gas prices are a good thing. But for the average American, they're right up there with you. They're not going to be feeling that lower gas pricing just because of the how much more expensive everything else is. Industry does, and they will pass the cost to you. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think the issue with major industry right now is the tariffs. They're going to pass so whatever gas pricing we save on, lower fuel prices for trucks and stuff, we're just going to be expended with the tariffs. Okay, we've got a call. I actually, hold on. Hello? Okay, it's just a spam caller. I'm expecting a call from my medical professionals here soon. Hello? You're now live to about 50 million people. What do you have to say to them? Oh, you have nothing to say, huh? Wow, they just hung up.
That trigger U.S. action in Greenland? Would that trigger a NATO response? Are you worried about the strength of the alliance here?
Oh, yeah, I know you were talking about the UK, my brother.
I think the United States needs a stable and secure Arctic, as they need a stable and secure Atlantic Ocean, and as they need a stable and secure Europe.
Yeah, 50 million. We've got about 50 million people in here, right, guys? No, it was just some random person. I don't even know who that was. Kind of, but I wasn't denying your point that lower gas prices are good. I wasn't denying that at all.
And I think NATO is too important for the US to have it fall apart as a result of an attack from one ally on another. So I think it is that bad, the results of such an attack, that it will not be in the interest of the US to do that. So I think NATO is too important to let.
Josie Don is the worst president in our history, and that's a low bar. Well, I do agree. I do agree that I think the big threat Trump brings is just to our democracy and his out and out disregard for the rule of law. And that scares me on multiple fronts, because it emboldens radicals on the right to say, oh, well, the president doesn't care about the law. Why should we?
Let this happen.
That is retired Dutch Admiral Rob Bauer joining us tonight. Admiral, thank you so much. Good to speak.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about the price of a week's worth of quality, healthy groceries. Not at all.
With you.
We don't want to talk about healthcare, although, hey, it looks like Donald Trump's got us, guys. The great healthcare plan. Looking forward to this. I haven't, I haven't watched this, but this is a big announcement, apparently. Big announcement.
Good night.
But I don't think they've been sitting on these concepts of a plan for about 10 years, so we'll see.
In the day's other headlines, the Trump administration is...
I still think Franklin Pierre and James Buchanan, my bad, were worser presidents, but if he goes through with the Insurrection Act, yeah, that is a big red line that most Americans need to have. Californian here, if you're a peasant Californian, if you're a place for you, Abub. I love California. I think it's a beautiful place.
Is suspending the processing of visa applications for citizens from 75 countries. That includes green cards, fiancé visas, and certain kinds of work visas. Among the countries listed.
Think you mean the great healthcare concept of a plan? Yeah, I know.
By the State Department today are Afghanistan, Brazil, Colombia, Egypt.
Well, and it's just not going to get passed either, because one of the big issues with the Trump presidency is in general is he doesn't care about bipartisan support. And so if they just try to ram through some ugly healthcare bill, we're not going to fucking let them do that. that just ends up hurting people, you know, puts a band-aid on a bullet wound. I'm sick of this band-aid on a
Iran
bullet
and
wound
Russia.
ideology,
In a
dude.
statement, the State Department
America
said
is better
the
than
pause
that.
is meant to prevent the entry of foreign nationals who would take welfare and public benefits. The new policy starts January 21st. It will not apply to those seeking
By the way, guys,
non-immigrant
make sure to
visas or
like and
temporary
subscribe
tourist
if you
or
guys
business
haven't already. I do a show every day from Monday to Monday where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, make sure to like and subscribe. People preventable. They don't. How many people die waiting in line in Canada, dude? And you go ask a Canadian, would they trade their healthcare system for America's? And they say, fuck no. Fuck no. Also, America has way more doctors. Something we can do right now, though, to decrease the cost of healthcare is increase the cap of Medicare residencies from 10,000 to something like 50,000. That's something we could do.
Business visas. Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin says she is under federal investigation for her involvement in a video telling U.S. troops to resist illegal orders.
Realizing I don't have any family in California. I have some in PA, Chicago, Texas, and Toronto. Hey, sounds like they're all over the American, what do I call it? Fabric? So shout out. Thank you. Shout out to Bill Clockwell's family for adding to the American fabric. I think that's great, man.
The Iraq war veteran and former CIA analyst organized the November video in which she and 5 other Democratic lawmakers told military personnel not to follow orders if they...
Well, kind of because our healthcare system is incredibly advanced. Now, it's not because of our insurance companies or anything like that. It's most of the time because the government used to subsidize programs that would be for the betterment of all of humankind. And, you know, we had the best education as well.
Are unlawful. President Trump and his aides have called that video...
Well, Mike, I just doubled up on there. Boom, boom.
Seditious.
Yeah, why do Americans go to Mexico for medical procedures? I wonder why that is.
In a video posted to social...
Hey, Garage Boss, I know you are lucky. Let me tell you, you're lucky. Imagine paying for healthcare. It's so funny, too. It's like such a foreign concept to everyone else. But here in America, like, I'm sweating right now because if you guys don't know, I have depression, anxiety, ADHD, all those fun little hiccups. And I'm sweating on the healthcare plan that I have to be a part of until I can get on my work's healthcare plan because it's pretty fucking expensive. It's shit, don't worry. Well, I mean, it seems better than what we got. Mexico because it's cheap. Well, I think you're speaking on an issue. Yeah, it's cheap, exactly.
He said the president is using the federal government to go after his critics.
To be clear, this is the...
Hey, what's up, Finn Vaughn? Sorry, if I didn't see your message
president's
earlier, my bad.
playbook. Truth doesn't matter, facts don't matter, and anyone who disagrees with him becomes an...
It's not real, it's merely... Yeah, right? Well, that's what fucking... You'll pay $500 for a visit with a doctor, and then they'll just tell you, oh yeah, you're just thinking about it wrong. And then you pay $700 for a specialist, and they tell you, no, you actually have cancer, and you should have come seen us about 5 months ago. You're dead. You're a walking dead man now.
An enemy, and he then weaponizes the federal government against them.
Stop consuming corn syrup. It is bad for you.
It's legal intimidation and physical intimidation meant to get you to shut up.
3 other lawmakers...
About as much as oxygen hurts when you breathe? Yeah, I mean, if you have too much oxygen, it really will kill you guys. That's a true fact.
Who appeared in that November video also confirmed today that they've been contacted by...
It's cheaper than go for $7 a pint, right? Yeah, let's just go to the Fucking who needs a doctor when I've got the clubbing life on demand?
Trump officials. It comes just days after Arizona Senator Mark Kelly said he's suing the Pentagon over its efforts to punish him over his involvement.
See, Garage Boss, and we'll pay $700 for the same experience. I'm just asking for a free experience. And that.
The U.S. Supreme Court today revived a Republican congressman's challenge to an Illinois law that allows mail-in ballots to be counted after Election Day. The case was not about the ballots themselves, but
Not gonna lie, Blue Dream Strain literally has my social anxiety locked down. Thought it was BS, but here we are. I've been over it for 3 solid years. Hey, congratulations, dude. Blue Dream used to be, that's actually the strain that I used to enjoy pretty frequently when I was having really bad panic attacks. So I'm glad you found something that helps.
whether candidates like Congressman Mike Bost have the right to such challenges.
Corn syrup is bad. By the way, Jay, I haven't been missing your messages about corn syrup. Just wanted to let you know. But corn syrup is bad because it's so cheap. It's cheap because the farmers subsidize for corn. Mm-hmm.
The state had argued that...
Well, don't hate corn. Come on. What did corn do? I love corn. Corn is pretty great.
Allowing the suit would open the door to more election-related cases.
Americans have poor life expectancy compared to some other developed nations. Yeah, that's really sad to see, too. A liberal with anxiety?
With today in a case.
Well, yeah, I don't just slam my my fears away with a little Bud Light. I'm able to be a big boy and actually talk about my feelings and my emotions, unlike MAGA, typically, who are not able to do that. I love watching
that would
corn
allow
too.
officers to enter a home without a
And
warrant
farmer
in
subsidies. What? I like our farmers. I think our American farmers are amazing. And we do need to stimulate our farmers' economic power.
Agencies. It stems from an incident in Montana involving...
Yeah, also, that's also something else. I'm a troll silly. Oh, I love your name. Is that kind of is a bit more MAGA than some of the other chatters, and I think that's super cool that they're able to talk about their anxiety and all of that. That's great. I wish we were more open about that type of stuff.
An army veteran who police feared was suicidal. In Thailand, at least 32 people were killed.
Isn't perfect. Who wants to live to be 90? Well, there are some people. I want to fucking... If I had my way, I'd probably end up in a robo brain like in Fallout. Not gonna lie. I don't know. It just sounds cool. Which side is on antidepressants? Well, number one, you don't know that. If the right wasn't on... If the right wasn't on... antidepressants, then why is Donald Trump fighting so hard for prescription prices to come down? It's not just for you know, blood pressure medications.
Today when a construction crane collapsed onto a moving passenger train, causing it to derail.
Yeah, TLDR, nobody right-leaning is politically is on antidepressants. Like, think about that. That's crazy. You've seen 2 corns, 1 cob? Yikes. Oh, God. What they did to that cob was very... just disgusting. There he is on steroids. ED pills. Well, you know, whatever it is, you know. Hey, I'm for, if you've got erectile dysfunction, get that Viagra in you. You know what I mean?
Crash site was a mess of mangled steel with crushed railway cars.
There's a legit study out there. Which study is that?
Scattered along the tracks. The enormous red crane was being used to construct an elevated section of a new high-speed rail project. On the ground, rescue teams scoured the wreckage for survivors and tended to some of the 60 people who were injured. Eyewitnesses recalled how it all unfolded.
Are you stupid? No. But thank you for asking. Anyways, I'll continue on with your message. Hold on. Someone more important is calling me. They're from South Carolina. Hello, you are now live to 6 billion people. Almost the entire... Oh. They were afraid. They said, I don't want that. I don't want that. Trump is trying to get prescriptions down because a lot of people need it to survive. Antidepressants are not necessary to survive, but insulin is. Let me read that again. So you don't think people need antidepressants. You think they're not effective at all. That's interesting.
I heard the noises screeching, and then bam, bam, bam. When the dust settled, I saw the top of the train carriage. I heard people shouting, "Save the children first." I saw them pulling many people.
By the way, to speak on that a little bit, have your guys' drug prices went down at all? I'm still paying an arm and a leg for my my drugs. And they're not all just you know, anxiety and stuff meds. So I'm still paying an arm and a leg. I don't know about you guys.
People out.
Oh, that's another great great point, Bill, is that Trump is not trying to get prescription prices down. Trump canceled the Biden-era law to lower prescription drug meds on day one.
Thailand's Prime Minister...
Weed's still $10 a gram? God damn it. God damn it. We need to get that price a little lower. If you guys elect me, I will lower... On day one, I will sign a bill, an executive order. All dealers must provide amazing deals, or else you cannot be a dealer. John Hopkins did a study that more liberals are on antidepressants. Hold on. Let's look into that. Let's look into that. John Hopkins study of liberals on antidepressants. Let's find out if that's a real fact. There is no John Hopkins study specifically examining liberals on antidepressants. The search results do not contain any research from John Hopkins on the relationship between political affiliation and antidepressant use. However, there is a 2024 study from John Hopkins Bloomberg of Public Health that found depression affects individuals across political lines, with similar rates of depressive symptoms reported among Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. Isn't that interesting? So how do you... Apparently your fucking study just doesn't exist. Much like my name.
Visited the scene after the crash and called for an investigation.
I went to Vegas for New Year's. They got some nice prices.
Says its engineers are working today to identify and solve a nationwide
I haven't been to Vegas yet to check out the scene there.
Outage to its wireless data and voice services. According to the tracking website Down Detector, more than 180,000 users reported outages at one point today from Seattle to Atlanta to Boston. Many users reported showing 0 bars on their phone or SOS, which
Royal
indicates
family owning weed farms? Hold on, that just sounds funny. Weed is a fun thing to look at, so I'll look it up real quick. Shout out. Look at that. Oh my God, that's just beautiful. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I won't get too distracted, chat. I won't get too distracted.
no connection except to make emergency calls. But
Damn,
New York
$40 an ounce? That's fucking sweet.
emergency officials said the outage...
Why is Trump hurting America? The cities where the National Guard went have lower crime rates across the board, and illegal crossings are down 65%. Well, number one, I'd be interested to see where you're getting your data from about the National Guard lower crime rate. But what I have to say about that is, of course, less people are going to be on the streets when armed National Guards are out in public. But that also has an adverse effect on businesses. It also has an adverse effect on just the social climate in general. Oh, the king owns part of it? Hold on. Oh, I guess I went to AI. That's sick. That's dope as hell. Britain's largest cannabis farm. Interesting. That's dope.
Even affected some users trying to call 911. The U.S. housing market slumped for a fourth straight year in 2025. The National Association.
Most people have drugs included with their health insurance plan. That is true, but that still doesn't. Like the insurance companies still have to eat that cost, which they'll pass on at some point to someone else.
Association of Realtors said today that the number of existing homes sold last year totaled just over 4 million, virtually unchanged from 2024.
Oh, it went on the summary? My bad. I'm sorry, guys. Here, we'll do the summary. Royal involvement in cannabis. Netflix The Gentleman, created by Guy Ritchie, features a storyline where aristocrats unknowingly host large-scale marijuana farms on their estate. Fictional, the show draws inspiration from real-world dynamics where landowners lease property for high-profit agricultural ventures. Given the royals' vast land holdings, including the Duchy of Cornwall and the Crown Estates, there is a potential future involvement in industrial hemp, licensed CBD, if the UK laws involve. Interesting.
And still at 30-year lows. It comes as prices remain high. The median home price for all of last year rose to
5% more Democrats. Holy shit. Is that statistically significant? That 5% more Democrats are on antidepressants than fucking Republicans. Is that statistically significant? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. But that's interesting that you think that's statistically significant. It said they were similar, and John Hopkins did not do a study on that.
To around 414,000.
You didn't show me a John Hopkins study. You didn't show me a John Hopkins study. I looked up something that you were wrong about, for one. So let's just admit that. And you were saying that Democrats were a vastly more on antidepressants than Republicans. And I look it up, and you're proven to be wrong. Shout out. I am a troll, LOL. Now, I'm going to stop acknowledging your messages because of your name. Anyways.
$1,000. There are signs of hope, though. Sales last month were the strongest in nearly 3 years when taking into account seasonal factors. Luxury retail.
Blue states have better health coverage, so it makes sense that more Dems would receive treatment they need. Also, something to take into account for is that the Republican culture is that, you know, these are fake, that mental illness is basically fucking fake. So of course there's going to be less Republicans saying, oh yeah, I'm on mental health care.
Sachs Global filed for bankruptcy protection.
I think we have a lot of natural herbal remedies, but we're not allowed because they don't make money. I mean, I think there are some good herbal remedies, but I think modern science is very trustworthy, I'd say.
Today,
eat a few cloves a day.
Parent company
Fuck yeah, dude, I'll eat a couple cloves.
Retailers like Saks Fifth Avenue and Bergdorf Goodman has been struggling amid increased competition and a heavy debt.
In the DC, there are more people in the streets now with the guard there, and the businesses are now flourishing. I'd have to see some data from that.
Load following its acquisition of Neiman.
Well, I got my daily dose of. Oh, I was supposed to not be acknowledging you, but you did soy out in my chat, so I have to acknowledge that. Here, I'll do the voice.
Marcus in 2024. Saks says its stores will stay open as it restructures
Got
under
some
bankruptcy
Moroccan
protection.
hash coming. Hell
Meantime,
yeah,
on Wall
dude.
Street today, stocks were
It's the
down as
Stoner
bank and tech
episode
shares
today.
took a hit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped around 40 points. The Nasdaq dropped more than 200 points.
Jesus.
The S&P 500 also ended lower on the day. Still to come on the
Okay,
news hour.
it's been the stock market is starting to scare me a little bit because it's been going down consistently for a couple days now. And that's a little spooky just because, you know, I have investments in there and stuff. So, anyways.
FBI raid of a reporter's home raises concerns about the intimidation of the free press. Pressure and partisan divides build in Congress over several major pieces of legislation, and how a small tweak to U.S. laws could have a huge impact on hemp products.
Yeah, this is something else. A lot of people, though I don't agree with all you say, excellent work on being vocal and voicing your opinion. God bless. Well, thank you so much, Irish Prickster. I really appreciate that. I've seen you in the chat a couple times before, and I really appreciate you saying that, man. Thank you.
This is the PBS
You
News.
can get the same oils and more vitamins from a $7 fish. That is true. Although I would wonder, some people can't, like, I know a lot of people take those vitamins and stuff just because they have issues with digesting their like food and stuff like that. So I'd be interested to see if a large portion of those are because of those people. Conservatives say Renee Good was brainwashed by Bible into loving thy neighbor. Yep. God damn it, that damned Bible.
News Hour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WE.
I can actually get down with this guy. Actually debates facts instead of running from them. Well, I appreciate that. I try to keep this I try to keep it as open as possible and as many people to chat as they can, you know. I really do believe one of our big issues in America right now is we're just so divided, dude, and it's not good for our country. Because while we're fighting each other, our adversaries are licking their lips, you know? And so I really do preach, you know, try to talk to the other side. I'm on the left. I have a left bias. I'm never going to say I'm not, but I can get down with a Republican Party that's a lot more fiscally conservative and maybe a little more conservative on the social values. The issue is right now is that that's not what the Republican Party represents. They've been infected with this MAGA bullshit that just is kind of making us fight each other and run our wheels. And I really do fight against that.
WTA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
It's been just over a week since
I do not hate God. I don't hate Christian people. I don't hate anyone, dude. What?
ICE agent fatally shot 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis, setting off large protests in the Twin Cities and nation.
I don't hate the Bible at all. As a matter of fact, I really do think that people like James Tallarico are pretty great for our party because he's given us that edge of like being able to talk about the Bible and openly talk about how MAGA's ideology is very much against it. I really am impressed with James Tallarico.
Nationwide. Since then, the presence of immigration enforcement.
Well, I personally don't believe in a God in that aspect. I'm much more spiritual in my beliefs, but I have no problem with you being a Christian. I just personally don't like it and don't think it's appropriate to put it in our politics. You know what I mean?
enforcement officials has only grown, leaving Minnesota communities on edge. Special correspondent Fred DeSam Lazaro.
Or like a centrist, I love guns, and some states are definitely icky on their gun laws. I agree. I'm a big Second Amendment fan.
Begins our coverage with this report.
And I told you, my friend, I am not a Christian, but I have no problem with you being a Christian.
The images are now familiar
California.
across
yeah.
the cities.
I think as the Democratic Party, I personally think we need to get away so much from the idea of gun control, and I think red flag laws and stuff like that are totally fine. You know, and stuff like if you are, you know, if you've been in a mental institute or just got out of prison, not being able to own a gun, I think that's fine. But I think after a certain point, I even think felons should be able to own firearms if they've proven that they are not a threat to society. And I don't know how exactly they do that, but yeah, big supporter of the Second Amendment.
Federal agents making a stop.
Okay, because I don't believe in God, that immediately means I hate everything to do with the Christian God. What is this absolutism?
Observers rushing to the scene with whistles and car horns. Scuffles breaking out with agents deploying pepper spray or tear gas. And an endless standoff between protesters.
All right, here we go. You're doing the sun god fallacy, Tony. Just because... So, tell me this. Because we all used to worship the god of the sun, should we all just start going by his rules? Should we shift society into a society that worships the sun god? I mean, come on. And also, if you look into our founders' beliefs, they're a lot more varied than what you would say is the typical Christian ideology. You're telling me Benjamin Franklin wasn't out there being an absolute deviant? You ever heard of the Hellfire Club, my friend?
And officers at the federal building which serves as a base for the immigration crackdown
Kendall,
here.
I know it's easy to call people idiots that you disagree with, but I implore you not to do that and actually engage with what I'm saying.
To not stand up and say this is wrong. This is part of democracy.
In recent days, it's part of democracy to protest. You know, I think protesting on, you know, regardless of their side is a beautiful thing. I'm a Roman Catholic. I don't see anything wrong with what he's saying. Just go off, bro. You know. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand it, but
hundreds of
it's all right. Maybe they'll hear something cool and look into it.
Sent to Minnesota, on top of the roughly 2,000 already on the ground. That's more than the...
See, but that's an issue, Tony. Just because I say a certain thing and now everything I say is not viable, you know? That's not how you should do your politics.
The size of the Minneapolis and St. Paul police departments combined. In a statement to the NewsHour, the Department of Homeland Security says it's made over 2,000 arrests throughout its largest operation in history, adding, quote, "This is just the tip of the iceberg."
Separate. Like, if the founders wanted us to be a Christian nation, don't you think they would have been like, by the way, it's really important that you worship God every day? Don't you think they would have put some clauses in there?
Meanwhile, in a Truth Social post today, President Trump said he's cutting off federal funds.
Get away from there. There ain't no sun god. That is ridiculous and ludicrous. You're not engaging with my argument. Here, I'll boil it down even more for you. Just because something's old does not mean it's right. Just because something used to be a certain way does not mean it's right to put it back that certain way. You know what I mean? We've had far more leaders and thought leaders and thinkers throughout our history as the United States that has brought us to this point where we are a secular nation.
So-called sanctuary states That's after saying
Yeah,
on Tuesday,
God saved
quote,
him and threw that bullet into a firefighter who served his community every day. Great. Good one, you know?
"Fear not, great people of Minnesota. The day of reckoning and retribution is coming."
Yeah, I really do hate when people say, God saved him. Yeah, he flew a bullet into a firefighter who served his community for years. Great.
Fears have risen steadily in Minneapolis
I'm a
and St.
demon?
Paul
Well, that's news to me.
since Renee Good's killing.
When do I get my little devil horns? When do I get my little devil horns? I'm excited to see when I get my little devil horns. I think those would be a cool little thing to have. I'm just being a little demon, guys. Sorry, can't help it.
Business at many local immigrant-owned shops has plummeted in recent weeks, down in some areas at least 80%, according.
See, but that you're implying that I denounce all of Christianity and denounce that. I don't. My mom's a Christian. Why would I hate Christians?
To one report. DHS told the NewsHour, quote, "Removing dangerous criminals from our streets makes it safer for everyone, including business owners and their customers."
My friend, if you wanted to go to a Bible reading ceremony, I highly recommend you download one of the many AI Bible apps, and they have read-alongs there. This is not the chat for that.
At the Park Avenue Church, just steps from where...
And hey, I am thrilled to hear you are excited about your Christianity, and I hope you serve your community well with it.
...were shot. The tension is palpable.
We gather today with heavy hearts.
Jennifer Ikoma Muchko is a pastor at the more than 100-year-old church. Her grandmother was one of more than 120,000 Japanese Americans interned during World War II.
My legacy is to call people of all different backgrounds to fight now for who are the marginalized, who is being targeted right now.
Just as I asked Ikoma Muchko about what comes next,
the Bible
we were
doesn't properly say a lot about what's going on today. Jesus didn't expect a population to vote for a fake Christian toddler fondler. Well, true. I'll admit that. But I mean, you know, some people, you know, I have no problem with Christianity. I find it kind of offensive when people say that, because I try to make it very clear that I am not anti-Christian. I'm not any of that. I want a stronger America, and I know Christians are part of the American fabric. So why would I have any issue with Christians? He just doesn't understand that it's his body, which is God's word, literally says he cannot defame another man for not accepting Christ. It's the man's free will to come to Christ, and that's between him and the Trinity. Very, very well put, Kaida. That was very beautiful.
Interrupted by the sounds of car horns and whistles outside. Agents were raiding a house across the street from the church, and a crowd had gathered. When officers emerged with two handcuffed young men, tempers flared. Agents fought with observers. They deployed pepper.
God, I hate seeing... Because it not only puts the protesters at risk, it put ICE lives at risk, you know, when they're acting this aggressively. It puts multiple people's lives at risk. I do not want... Damn it, Mr. Mayhem's back. Damn it. Well, the one person who has just continued to stump me on everything. Host loves Satan if he don't love Jesus only. I mean, bespokely put. You got me in a, you know, checkmate. Our forefathers, oh, okay, we're going on that.
Pepper spray, tear gas, and flashbangs as Ikoma Muchko watched nearby. At one point, a woman...
Those are paid protesters? All of them are paid? Come on, guys. We don't say this about your protests. I don't say January 6ers were all fucking paid. I believed they truly thought that the election was stolen from them. But you guys can't possibly fathom that that some people may be upset about ISIS operations.
Woman tried to drive past
Yeah,
the
our
scene.
forefathers just forgot to put the part where it says Jesus is the only God. We remember that we really wanted America first. Yeah. They just forgot to put that part in.
Authorities smashed her window, dragged her from the car, and detained her.
Oh my God, can I even show that?
She shouted that she was on her way to a doctor's appointment. The episode lasted more than 45 minutes, and when it was over, local resident Will Vermi was gone. His wife, Heather Maines, believed he was one of the first people arrested.
I'm worried about Will, but I know he'll be fine. He's a citizen.
I don't think these are paid protesters. I think these people are upset. You know what I mean? If anybody's I've seen accusations of people saying I'm paid. I wish I was funded by Soros. Jesus, that would make things a lot better. It's freedom to refrain from all. I agree with that.
Don't have those privileges. I can't even imagine what they feel in this situation.
Vermi was released after about 8 hours at the federal building without being charged.
Yeah, it's either you either like Trump or you're a paid protester. There's no in between.
Bruised, but otherwise all right.
Kids need to be taught the Bible. What is this? So there's less gay and trans people. Why do you want less gay and trans people? I'm totally cool with the amount that we currently have, you know.
They were asking people to move back.
Greatest country. We are the greatest country on earth. We've provided massive aid to democracies. We've toppled dictatorships. You're not going to get far if you don't like America here.
Guess I wasn't quick enough for him. It didn't appear to be a well-run operation inside the building. We were walking through, and the agents that were escorting me didn't actually have the ability to get into the detention area.
Oh, Kada, are you seeing the video of the girl getting dragged out? Yeah, that was
They
crazy,
had to wait
honestly.
for someone to let them in.
DHS said agents ultimately detained 4, quote, illegal aliens.
How can I dislike Trump? Well, there's a lot of reasons to dislike Trump. A, he hasn't delivered what he promised. Your grocery prices have not come tumbling down, and your energy bills are not 10,000 times cheaper, you know. He has failed to solve the Ukraine war in the time that he allowed. You know, there's a lot of reasons not to like Donald Trump.
Who now face removal proceedings. It said the crowd impeded operations and that the woman in her car ignored.
Oh, so you want Venezuela to become a new state? Dab eye? You want Venezuela to become a new state? Well, before we do that, I suggest we address Puerto Rico. I think that's probably important.
Multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle and was arrested for obstruction. In all, 6, quote, agitators were taken
I'm a hypocrite. Yes, they are being paid by the Democrats.
To custody.
I mean, what do I even say? Like, I'm not being paid. You know, what do I even say to that? Do you want me to bring up my tax records in front of you guys? Like,
law enforcement. PBS.
Talk to me, not this shadow version, this straw man you've created. Talk to me.
News' Liz Landers asked White House border czar Tom Homan about the incident.
There are Americans who see this and say this looks like Putin's Russia. What is your response to that?
You know, if they'd let us in their damn jail and stop being a sanctuary city, we could arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. But because they normally release them, now we got to go in the community and find them. Then they're mad.
Yeah, we're not Russia. He has to go through Congress. It does break my heart that Donald Trump doesn't go to Congress more, because it just makes it that much less needed. High professional signs, the same versions in cities. So the reason for that, Kaida, is there are.
And we're in the community.
Were you surprised at what
Just like
unfolded?
Trump, I'm not supporting his attack in Venezuela. I think he should have went through Congress. And just because I dislike Trump, I'm not gonna sit here and be a loser and just be like, oh no, Trump, everything Trump does is wrong. I think like the Trump accounts are an amazing idea. I do have some issues with if you're not reaching the cap each month, that you're not gonna get as many returns. So instead of like $300,000 when you come out of high school, you'll have more like $1,000 or $2,000. But I still think it's an amazing idea and something that should be expanded upon.
Inside your church?
It was a battle scene. I had this moment where I didn't bring my cell phone, and I just lifted up what I had, and I lifted up my hand. And I looked over and I saw a neighbor I didn't know.
Trump is rich, so he doesn't need money anymore, just like us regular folk, right? I'd say it's an issue if somebody hasn't seriously struggled for money. Then no, I don't think that. I think that makes them less qualified.
Lifting up the middle finger. There is protesting, there's observing, and there is prayer, and all is going to be needed.
But now, as the crackdown widens, many Twin Cities residents, including U.S. citizens, fear they could be targeted.
I was going this way.
Like Nimco Omar, who was surrounded by at least 3 federal agents on a sidewalk Sunday.
I was like, what is happening? What did I do? Because at the first,
Tony is having an interesting time right now, huh?
I was able to take out my phone because in kids, they kidnapped me. So, later on there
No,
was...
I'm not good. I wished I was a servant of the Lord God. I'm nothing but a center. Well, brother, you're not a POS, I just want you to know that.
Something at least, so that's why I recorded it.
All right, can we see an ID, please?
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets us boosted out there in the algorithm. If we hit 25 likes, we'll be drawing characters from chat, so don't forget to like and subscribe if you guys aren't already. I just dropped my vape.
Listen, I don't need to carry around an ID in my home.
Well,
this is my home.
Where were you born?
This is my home.
Where were you born?
I support Americans. What are you talking about? I love America. Who's on the loser POV? So that man is named Nick Freitas. He is a I think he may be out of office now. Or no, he'll be out of office after my birthday.
This is my home.
He is a representative from Virginia that is basically just an out-and-out fascist. I mean, simply put. He talks about how the Enlightenment was a mistake. He's just a real interesting guy. And so the video is from that election night when we had a huge blue wave on those special elections. And he tuned in and he straight up started crying on the camera. I don't know. He was just being very soy. So that's why we have him there. He said some horrible things about immigrants and the Somali community as well.
The agents,
but we don't really watch him much anymore. I'll probably be replacing it here soon with someone else entirely.
Ultimately left after one of them took a picture of Omar, seemingly checking it against a government database.
This is my home. This is where I belong. In quiet Minneapolis neighborhood, I should not be seeing, a soldier.
You think Trump will be impeached? I mean, there is a lot of will for it. I see a lot of will for it. But I don't know. That would be kind of hard, I feel. But I mean, I'm for it, you know what I mean? Tony, what state do you live in? If you don't mind me asking, where you're paying $2.30 for a gallon, what state do you live in?
Walking and asking me to give him an identification.
DHS told the NewsHour, quote, "Those who are not here illegally and are not breaking other laws have nothing to fear." But after agents left Omar on Sunday, she said she was shaking and began to cry.
Yeah, this is weird. They're checking people's IDs? Like, they're checking them on a government database? Have you guys heard about this? This is really concerning.
Shock has stuck with her.
This morning when I left my house, I was like, am I going to see ICE? I don't know. Are they going to arrest me? I don't know. And that's what, the entire Somali community and community of...
Don't worry, Kaida. I think, unfortunately, Tony's just having a bit of a day.
color feeling now.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Fred DeSan Lazaro in Minneapolis.
Listen, DeBay, I don't deny that ICE, does do good when they are not surged with all these resources. The problem is they're not doing good now. They're not even trained to be doing these broad sweeps where they just try to pick up as many people as they can. They're much more trained for single target apprehension. Trying to educate them. Well, good luck. Good luck.
Minneapolis.
I wish you luck, soldier.
Is reporting is a partnership with the Undertold Stories Project at the University of St. Thomas in Minnesota. For more on ICE's operations in Minnesota, I'm joined now by the state's Attorney General, that is Keith Ellison.
Should not be talking about the things you are saying. Tells me you are another. Well, I'd say that's an issue if you just immediately when you hear somebody say something, disregard what they say. I'd say that's a issue with yourself, honestly. The only way I would ever do that is if somebody just started spewing Nazi talking points or something like that. It's like, oh, well, I'm not, no thank you.
Attorney General Ellison, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to begin with a little legal news today because I know your office had asked a federal judge to temporarily block a surge of ICE agents to the Minneapolis area. The judge declined to rule today, giving DOJ until Monday to respond. So does that mean that another surge of agents is on their way? And what are you anticipating in the way of the size and scope of that new surge?
Well, it certainly does mean that they have a little bit more time to search.
Chad.
Which,
I think
concerns.
Kaida seems to be a pretty cool person. I won't lie. They seem to be pretty cool. So I'll stand up for my home dog Kaida.
Me because the searching they've done.
But I always try to say, like, I try to advocate for when there's like, if you're a level-headed participant in the conversation, I don't really care about what side you're on, as long as you're coming to me in good faith, And
so far has been destructive, not helpful to anybody. It has risked public safety. It has depleted public resources.
Amen.
It has increased fear. It has eroded.
By the way, are you guys, my YouTube analytics is kind of acting up. I don't know how many people it says are on the stream for you guys, but obviously it's a little more than 0 people. Anyway,
Americans' confidence in their government and has been wholly a failure in every conceivable way. So I am a little disappointed, but I believe that this is a wonderful judge who's a deeply thoughtful person who really just wants to make sure the best decision she can make, and that takes time. No doubt, however, that as time is of the essence, right? And we need
get shredded with Jesus. Yeah, it says one person's watching. It's very strange.
This surge, this dramatic.
But I know I'm getting out there in the, analytics because more people start popping in. So I don't know what is up with the analytics today. Very
Escalation
interesting.
Founded on lies and untruths. Which is doing so much damage.
I also want to put to you another piece of news today. We heard from the Border Patrol, Bovino, who said on Fox the Department of Justice is also sending additional prosecutors to Minnesota to process those immigration cases. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, quite honestly, I mean,
Something I find incredibly disgusting, by the way, is that they're investigating the Renee Good's family. What the hell is that for? Like, why are we not investigating what happened? It's just so frustrating. Hey, trust me, I know that feeling though. I've been there. The Bible study, I've been there. Okay.
I'm not shocked because
I was part of Awanas, ladies and gentlemen.
you know, the President Trump is making sure that he is targeting our state, which is odd because we are
Was
not
anybody else in Awanas? Was anybody else in Awanas, dude? That shit was crazy.
a state that has the most immigration in America. Many other states have dramatically higher rates of immigration than we do. We do have some, and we're very proud.
I totally disagree. If Kamala was president, she'd be running this shit like a goddamn queen, ladies and gentlemen. She would have surged. She would have realized that Putin is not a good actor and surged resources to our Ukrainian brethren. And she wouldn't have let what's happening in Gaza continue. I'll tell you that much right now.
Of our neighbors who've chosen to make
Have been taken from
America
them by
their
state
home.
abuse. Is that confirmed in
But,
the
I
reports on
guess
that? I've seen some of that too, but I haven't seen like any confirmed reports. And also, it's just like I feel like this is kind of gross to be like digging into this woman's past and being like, oh well, look, she was an abusive person. Like, regardless of the person of who she was, I still want an investigation to happen for an American citizen, I've seen some people saying that. I have not seen any like definitive proof of that or anything. And there's definitely no proof so far that I've seen that she was sexually abusing her children.
I'm not surprised.
She would be
that we're
emotional
getting-
and attack Russia. Well, number one, shout out to the misogyny you just displayed there. Always fun to see some of that. But that's just totally not true. I feel like she was very strongly against the Russian fucking expansion into Ukraine. Also, something else to note is that I think we should fucking have attacked Russia a long fucking time ago. I think we should have fucking sent NATO troops into Russia. You know why? Because Russia's a fucking wet towel, dude. They are a wet towel. They failed to do what took the United States only a couple hours to do. Okay? They failed. So I'm not afraid of Russian nukes. Half of them are filled up with water anyways. I'm not. They're a paper tiger in a lot of fucking senses. A lot of people don't understand something about Ukraine. Wet towel with nukes? Yeah, half of them don't fucking work, my friend. Have you seen their reports? Fucking half of them are filled up with water. You think that's scary? What are they gonna do? Cause a fucking tidal wave? Yeah, Ukraine had 1/3 of the that's a very poignant point, Kaida. Ukraine had 1/3 of the Soviets' nukes missile stockpile, and when they traded them back to the Russian Empire, the Russian Federation, we said we'd be there for them. We said that. Nobody else. We gave them that guarantee.
Getting unwarranted, unasked for attention from
Give
President Trump.
them up to Russia. America promised to come to their aid to the fullest of their ability if Russia ever attacked. Amen. And it breaks my heart that we broke our promise. It truly breaks my heart. I think You know, if you want to point to something, I think I disagree with Biden. I think we should have put troops on the ground and stood up for democracy. You know? I'm willing to bite that bullet. I am. Because my ideals are strong in the belief of freedom, democracy, and justice for all.
He's made it very clear that because he believes that he won Minnesota 3 times, but in fact lost it, he's upset about that, has repeated that numerous times. So we expect the persecution will continue while he operates the way he's operating.
You heard there the borders are. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we are exactly good on the world scene. Well, no, that's another issue, is that Trump wants a multipolar world order where different states have spheres of influence. I don't want that. I want America to be number one. I don't want fucking Russia or China to have a chance at being number one. I don't give two damns. I want America to be number one. I like America. I think America's ideals are far more valuable and lead to a better society. So I'm sorry, but I prefer a unipolar world order led by America. I do.
Ed?
Or until a court tells him he can no longer do it.
Oh, we've got a Russian.
Well, you probably heard in our report there, the borders are Tom Homan telling my colleague Liz Landers that this is about what they call your sanctuary policies in Minnesota and Minneapolis. Specifically, there is this idea of not honoring an ICE detainer, meaning
this is just a propaganda live. Yep. How'd you know? I'm being funded by Soros. Divine, you've been here like a couple times. You know I'm not being paid by Soros, dude.
Documented person in city or state custody.
Only Trump has balls to appease Putin and threaten to conquer a NATO ally. Yeah, dude. That's fucking disgusting what we're doing to Greenland. I'm sorry. That's not the America I grew up in.
Minnesota, they're not handed over to ICE. And I do want to point out that you did issue in a formal opinion.
It's best to go back on your word when it becomes convenient. America first. Yeah, right?
Last year.
So sad and the Ukrainian people have fought such a valiant war. I mean, it's insane the level of fight they have in them. It really is. You know, you don't really see anything comparable on the world stage in the 21st century.
That Minnesota law prohibits law enforcement from holding someone on an immigration detainer if the person would otherwise be released from custody. So what does that otherwise released from custody mean? Do you ever hand people over to ICE or not?
Well, what it means is that we comply with the law and the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Minnesota. And I would submit to you that Minnesota is not a sanctuary.
Trump is fixing America. What is he fixing? This is something else. Like, why do you guys hate America so much that you think it's like this dead carcass that needs revived? I think America is amazing, and we just have some pretty minor issues like well, I wouldn't say gerrymandering is minor, but you know, if we get rid of things like gerrymandering and the filibuster, it would make so much. It would decrease the tensions by so much, and we'd be able to get laws passed that we actually believe in. That push to Kyiv in the first day was supposed to be the end of it. Putin looks like a joke. Yeah, he does. Honestly, I think we're missing out on a real opportunity by not arming Ukraine even more to the teeth. We're really missing out on a lot of opportunities there.
Sanctuary city. We've never claimed to be a sanctuary city. We've never claimed to be a sanctuary state. What we do is we devote all of our state resources to state matters, and that the federal government has its responsibility. We don't interfere with them, but we don't devote state resources to federal projects like immigration enforcement. So we don't really. So this idea of some sort of a sanctuary state is a misnomer.
America was fine until Alzheimer's Cheeto Daddy showed up. Then hateful people got encouraged enough to go outside and be racist, angry, and homophobic. Well, the reason a lot of people voted for Donald Trump is because of the economy. And while I personally think Biden did a great job with his economic plan, he wasn't able to really put that message out there. He didn't have an entire media apparatus like the right wing has, just constantly amplifying his voice. Now that's changing, obviously. You have people like me, people like I'm Really Important, people like Lonerbox, like Kalinda, that are all coming up and fighting against the right-wing talking points. But you didn't really have that before. So I feel like they all got sold a big lie. And it breaks my heart because the American people do not deserve to be lied to. They do not deserve to be lied to.
We've never claimed that. And I think it's...
Okay, Tony, I know you're spurging out in my chat. That's why I haven't really acknowledged much of your messages. But I will say that 20 million number is just wrong. It's actually more like 3 million. So if you wanna spread propaganda, make sure it's right.
I think the voters and the pet taxpayers of our state expect that the resources of our state will be devoted for the purposes of our state, and that the federal government, they're paid to do their job, and we don't interfere with them doing it. We also don't do their job for them.
Before we go, I want to briefly ask you, too, about the ongoing investigation into the shooting and killing of Renee Good by an ICE agent. I know Minnesota officials were shut out of the federal investigation. Your office has since launched essentially a parallel probe. You've probably seen the news of DHS saying that the ICE officer was injured and suffered internal bleeding. My question to you is, are you going to have any access to any of these medical records, the agent, any other evidence, body camera footage? And if not,
yeah, did you guys see he got a big boo-boo? He got a big old boo-boo. No pictures of it, of course. No actual evidence of him having the boo-boo. But apparently he had a boo-boo. Internal bleeding, which a bruise is considered internal bleeding. So, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, there's not going to be a third term, by the way, for all you, and that excites me, because you guys sitting here saying there's going to be a third term are going to be so disappointed that Trump's not going to run for a third term that you probably just won't fucking vote.
how can your office carry out a thorough investigation on this issue?
Well, I'll just point out that all we've been asking for is a fair, free, open investigation. How they would make such a claim without producing a medical record to prove it, I find curious. And, why in the world they would not just do the investigation. We've heard that the Department of Justice, Civil Rights Department has been excluded from doing.
Yes, yep, you found it. Too Evil to Hope. Great name, by the way. That's exactly what I was saying. I think it should just totally be illegal to hit people with cars. How did you know? How did you know? I think, yeah, that's what I advocate for. Every time I come on here on this stream, I say, wow, people really should be hit by cars, guys. Why don't we have a law making it to where more people can be hit by cars? Listen to what you're saying.
In the investigation, these people know the most about these cases.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It will boost me out in the algorithm and get me out there in the YouTuber sphere. I do a show every day from 1 a.m. to 2 p.m. 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you guys, give a like and subscribe. I will be voting 100 times for Trump in 2028 to stop the Dens from cheating. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. And I don't know how we're going to address that. I think you may have us, yet again, checkmate from Mr. Mayhem. I don't know how he does it, but he's just able to come in here and deliver the strike that really gets me down. if you were in the agent spot as a citizen were carrying, what would I do in this situation? Personally, so if you want my personal feelings about the situation, I'm not an investigator, that's what I advocate for. I advocate for a fair investigation to happen where there's no narratives being pushed and this American citizen gets the justice she deserves. If you want my opinion, I personally didn't see a need to shoot her. From what I've been reading, it's policy to get out of the way. And so I don't think shooting her did anything to make that car less dangerous. And we saw the results of what happened when he shot her because the car did not stop. It continued forward on the original path and destination into another car. So I don't think there was a need to shoot her. I think it actually made things more dangerous. He put the lives of his fellow ICE officers at risk. So I don't think it was necessary. And definitely not the second and third shot. That felt a little too extra. But I'll freely admit that I am not a investigator, and I think there should be a fair and free investigation. She gets shot. The wife says, "It's my fault. Why did I tell her to drive?" Well, when she said "drive, baby, drive," she was probably like, "Oh yeah, run away," or something like that. I don't think she was implying for her partner to kill the officer.
In the federal government, yet they're not doing the case. And
Hey,
at the
what's
same
up,
time,
Renhall? How you doing today?
they're stopping the state from doing the work that
Yeah, second and third shot made sure she knew he was
we're
serious.
supposed to do. I do not necessarily take the word of those people. I'll take the word of a trained medical professional who's made a diagnosis in a medical
Yeah,
record.
and I think you bring up another good point, Scraggly Black Alley Cat. Love that name, by the way. Scraggly Back Alley Cat. Is that oh, you're talking, okay. Is that the partner, Good's partner probably was not thinking, in the moment. She was probably much more just caught in the heat of the moment. Happens if she's fleeing, she T-bones an innocent family. Everyone would be upset if he didn't stop her. Well, that didn't happen is the thing. There wasn't a family in front of them. And the issue comes in that you're not going to stop a bullet with a car. At the end of the day, you're not going to be able to stop a bullet with a car. And so if they were truly trying to make it to where she couldn't harm people,
made for the purpose of, diagnosing.
He would have gotten out of the way, and so that he's not injured, so that his other ICE officers are not injured. And since they already had the license plate, if she's committing a crime, they can go investigate her later. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she was a danger is my issue. It didn't seem like she was running, looking to run anybody over or cause a major distraction. And protesting is a right. Like, that is, if you're against protesting, that's un-American. I'm just gonna say it. I love our right to protest. I think it's, like, beautiful, dude.
Just take the word of some nameless, faceless bureaucrat who's, just, I don't know. But I mean, let me just say this. I find it interesting that the federal government, the federal authorities shut the state of Minnesota out from the investigation, will not let the most expert people in their own institution investigate the case, but like to send out little pieces of information that they believe benefit them, like the video that is purported to be from Jonathan Ross,
As an
and now
anti-ICE.
this.
Well, ICE Watch is a little bit different than a agitator. Agitators would be setting up like situations that would, how do I explain it? An agitator would be a lot different than what ICE Watch does. ICE Watch is essentially just like a community watch app, you know? I do think, I agree with you there, Kaida. They do need to up their training just because of what happened. You know what I mean? Like, it shows a little goodwill from the president that he's like, okay, maybe we're not training them 100% in all of these situations. Maybe we need to train them better.
Non-medical personnel
Trained
giving
ICE agent? Like what? A stormcloaked soldier? Oh, dude. I'm going to be a little controversial, but I'm pro. I always do I'm a pro Empire player. I thought the Stormcloaks were a little too racist. I'm sorry. Hold on. Do you guys think that's what the origins of MAGA was? It was people who were upset that more people didn't like the Stormcloaks? Could be.
Giving public statements about medical conditions. So I'll stop right there.
That is Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison joining us tonight. Thank you. It's good to speak with you.
I know. I'm an Empire lover. I'm sorry. A free Skyrim is not the best for the people of Skyrim. I apologize, but it's true. You know what a free Skyrim means? A free Skyrim means the Thalmor can consolidate all the power they want. That's what a free Skyrim means. I get you. I did the Stormcloak story, and Ulfric was like, okay, now let's get all the Argonians and Khajiits out of here.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's kind of crazy. 65,000 people. Wow.
In a highly unusual move, the FBI searched the home of a Washington Post reporter as part of an investigation involving a government contractor accused of mishandling classified information. Agents executed a search warrant at the home of Hannah Natanson, who has been reporting on President Trump's overhaul and downsizing of the federal government. They seized her phones, laptops, and a smartwatch, though agents reportedly told Natanson she was not the target of the investigation. The inquiry centers on a system administrator.
I may not be getting into Sovngarde, but I will happily accept a functioning Tamriel. I'm saying it.
Who has been charged with unlawful retention of national defense information.
I sound like fucking. I could do that would be a fun political satire thing to do. Talk about Tamriel in politics. Here soon, I'm going to do the Benny Johnson and Tim Pool episodes where I come on stream and pretend to be Tim Pool or Benny Johnson. I'm really excited for those. Those are going to be fun.
Press freedom advocates are sharply criticizing the search, warning it represents a dangerous escalation that threatens investigative journalism and raises serious First Amendment concerns. We're joined now by Gabe Rotman, Vice President of Policy at the
happy for the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake. Hey, I think the Knights. I haven't played too much of the Old Republic series, but it's something I'm waiting to get into. Just isn't same without a Septim as the Emperor. I know.
Committee for Freedom of the Press. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So the criminal complaint against this contractor does not mention any ties to the Washington
Whoa,
Post
dude.
reporter.
Why are you talking shit on Titus Mead? I mean, think about all the things he's done. I can't think of too many right now, but I think of if depending on your choices, he got rid of the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim.
Yet the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, on X, said that the search was requested by the Pentagon at the home of a Washington Post journalist who was obtaining and reporting classified and illegally leaked information from a Pentagon contractor. So what questions does that raise, and what concerns does the FBI search of her home trigger?
Oh
more
my
broadly?
God, we're talking about Skyrim, and fucking DeVay here is just not here for it. Shut up while they talk? Jeez. Well, you can just leave if you don't like my commentary. I'm not just stealing content. I have stuff to talk about. I'm sorry I'm not a waiting rooms like Denham's, like so many others, but...
Well, so I think there's 2 points to make there. One, it is notable that the Attorney General is pointing out that the Department of Justice has a suspect.
You always side with the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, those are the real politics. Okay, Kathy, I don't know if you understand like how streaming works, but I can't just continue. I have to talk over this to provide like commentary. I can't just let a conversation go uncommented on.
That the Attorney General is pointing out that the Department of Justice has a suspect in custody, and in fact has charged that suspect.
At the time, I'm not even really focusing on the video. I'm more talking to chat. So, you know.
So it raises the question as to why the Justice Department and the FBI would take the extraordinary step of executing a search warrant at the home of a reporter.
But to talk about this, here,
and
I'll let him
seizing
finish.
her
I'll let him finish.
Electronic devices. The other point that I would make here is that this is actually something that we haven't seen before. Again, we're talking about the FBI raiding the home of a journalist in a national security leak case. At the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, where I work, we track these cases closely. We are not aware of another case where the Justice Department has executed a search warrant in a national security leak case against a journalist or against a news outlet. It's unprecedented.
And
Isn't this so much more fun, guys? This is so much more fun.
I've seen this before because Attorney General Pam Bondi reversed protections that had previously discouraged such seizures. Is that right?
So the closest.
Anyways, I really do think that the province of Valenwood is a real problem right now. You know, I think we might be seeing a potential revolt in Valenwood. And also something to note is that the Bretons, I think that's what they're called. We might be having a potential breakaway civilization. And Hammerfell too. I mean, don't even get me started on Hammerfell. They're not even technically in the Empire anymore. What the hell's up? Why would we allow that, you know? Why would we allow them to just leave the Empire? Our Constitution says they cannot leave. So why do we just let them leave? Oh, we might help you. That's a lot of help. When I have Skyrim breaking away, and then these people from Hammerfell don't even care. It's insane. It's insane. We provided so much protection against the elves, and now this is how they repay us. Yeah, we'll remember that, Hammerfell.
Analog to this case that we're
Hey, I'm not a horse thief.
Of is
I wish I knew something from Skyrim to comment. This is fun. Well, don't worry. I think that is going to be an episode that we do someday. I'll just come on here and just straight talk Skyrim politics.
Then Fox News.
Skyrim politics is basically current events. I mean, to be quite honest, it's kind of funny how they predicted the discourse being this, you know, like politically charged and stuff.
Correspondent named James.
Of the host, by the way, we might disagree, but you still connect, comment, and comment. Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I really do. I know we disagree on a number of things, but I think that that doesn't mean we can't be friends and we can't engage in good conversation, you know?
Rosen, who had a search
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. That
warrant,
sounds fun.
executed for his email back in 2010 during the first Obama administration. That was hugely controversial at the time. It led the department to reform its existing policies on how it handles these types of investigative steps. But I think what's really important to note is that even in that case, we were talking about 2 days worth of email. Here, the Justice Department has seized her work computer, home computer.
Oh, wow.
Her phone, in a smart.
Who would Trump be if he was a Star Wars universe? I go back on this, right? Sometimes I think he's Jar Jar Binks, and then sometimes I think he's Darth Sidious, you know? I go back and forth on this one quite a bit. I think the Jar Jar Sith theory fits him pretty well. Pre-Empire Palpatine, maybe? Yeah.
Watch.
I could see
and the volume of that information is...
He's not as, I don't know, Pre-Empire Palpatine is a lot more like scheming. Trump doesn't really seem that way.
Orders of magnitude more than what they got in the Rosen case. The other thing to note about the Rosen case is one of the reasons it was controversial is...
Okay, don't kill me for saying it, but Jabba the Hutt, maybe? Like, I don't know, guys. All I'm saying, maybe Jabba?
Because there's a federal...
Hey, Jabba is to be feared, ladies and gentlemen. He is a pirate beyond repute. You know, he's a deadly force.
Federal law passed in 1980 that is supposed to restrict...
Like trying to take over the Senate, claiming to be the Senate. Very true. I see that.
The ability of law enforcement at the federal, state, and local level to do news...
Hey, and I mean no disrespect to Jabba or the Hutt line, okay? The Hutts are a powerful clan.
Raids. That law can only be pierced if the department argues that the journalist has committed a crime. In the Rosen case, yeah,
he's got access to whatever bounty hunter he wanted. I see it. Yeah, to talk a little bit about what they're talking about, though, I hadn't heard about this, but this is massively unprecedented. To take all of her stuff, like, this seems like it should be getting more news coverage.
That case was so controversial because the department said it had no intent to prosecute Rosen, but at the same time, it represented to a judge that Rosen had violated the Espionage Act. There's concern that the same thing has occurred here, in part because of the way that Attorney General Bondi has revised those internal policies.
In your view, is the administration trying to send a message?
Now I've got an image of Trump being Jabba the Hutt, and it honestly... it's kind of great. Like, just imagine Jabba with the signature Trump hair. And maybe like some Trump facial features and mannerisms. I think that'd be a good character. I'm sorry.
Message here with this search.
I can't speculate as to the motives of the administration, but we know from long experience that when the government seeks to investigate and intrude into the news gathering process, especially when it comes to interactions between journalists and confidential sources, that confidential sources are going to be less likely to come forward with information that the public needs to hold the government accountable.
Noah Rotman, thanks again for your insights and for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is really, honestly, kind of scary. He'd be the perfect side villain you'd love to hate. Amen, dude. Amen. The Obama administration arrested 8 people accused of leaking sensitive information to the press under the Espionage Act, more than all previous admins combined. Is it time to play with AI with the Jabba Trump? It might be. I might have a new AI creation for you guys tomorrow. Oh my God, that reminds me. Hold on, I gotta call something out. Hold on, let me go to my Discord. Hold on, I gotta call something out, guys. Okay, so as you guys know, one moment. Weed time, by the way. Grab your utensils. But there was this weird dude. Yeah, the Espionage Act is kind of BS. Totally agree with you on that. Okay. So I was just minding my business on YouTube Shorts Live, you know, just looking up a competition out there, seeing maybe I can collab with some people. And I find the weirdest fucking thing I think I've ever found in my entire life. Can I drag this? Can I drag this somewhere? Yeah, I can. Hold on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me what the fuck this is and why this thing has 2,000 people watching it. I'm going to let you breathe this in for a moment. Look at it, breathe it in. Surprised we didn't see Rebel Duster here today after all that rage. Yeah, I know. I wonder where he went. Okay. So what this is a YouTube live called The Real Mr. Troll. Okay? And what this creepy fuck does is he's got this I don't even know. I truly don't even know. So what happens is people will type in his chat saying me, and they'll pick this disgusting creep of a troll will pick a name, sniff it, and eat it. What the fuck? And look at all these like gross, like they have women in the background with revealing clothing. And this is for children. Super chats matter. Fortune awaits the chosen. He's real. Stop him. Don't watch scary videos. Like, what the fuck is this, guys? Of course it does well. I've seen a version of it with the Death Note. Yeah, I don't know. This is just incredibly creepy because this dude, like, it's obviously meant for children. Yeah, this is new Elsa Gate type shit for real. Honestly, I've been thinking, what do I want to do my first video on? What if I just do it on this creep ball? Let's see if he's live. Truly, let's see if he's live real quick. I mean, you guys, you have to fucking see it to believe it. You have to see it to believe it. Hold on. Yeah, look at this. His videos are even weirder. Oh, he doesn't... Yeah, I forgot. So he doesn't, he privates all of his lives so it's members only. It's so weird, dude. I'm gonna have to catch it when he's live. Because this shit's weird and really gross. Because it has a lot of, like, sexually explicit content, and it's obviously meant for children, so... Sorry, I just had to call that out because I was fucking baffled that was a thing I found. By the way, Keith Williams, host is a total pussy. Beta male with cock you can't fit in both of your hands. What a pussy. Well, thank you so much for obsessing about my genitalia, man. Really appreciate that. It's like 1 million views and you become known for that rather than politics. Hey, at this point, I'll take any exposure. You're the only short streamer I've seen that doesn't private their VODs. I assume it was automatic. It may be. I don't remember clicking anything though to make it private. Maybe it is though.
GOP leaders in the Senate today squashed a Venezuela war powers resolution after 5 Republicans voted to advance the measure last week. That, combined with articles of impeachment introduced against DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and threats to hold the Clintons in criminal contempt of Congress, made it a busy day on the Hill. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has been covering all of this and more from the
Stacey
Capitol.
alert. Dang, girl. Go off, queen. Dang, she's looking fresh today.
Where she joins me from now. Lisa, it's good to see you. So let's start with Venezuela. That big Senate vote today about blocking President Trump from using the military in or around the country without congressional approval. What do we need to know?
Right, that effort is...
If you want to know what who I kind of use as like inspiration, I definitely do use like H3 as a good example of how to build an internet career. You know, even talking about politics, I do think it's important to make sure the space we're in is clean. So I think talking about YouTube, like not drama necessarily, but just how the algorithm is working. I think that stuff is important, you know?
Now over. President Trump is unrebuked now because of Senate action today. What happened was Republicans...
YouTube's been my home for years, ladies and gentlemen. I've been a YouTube user for years, so...
Republican leaders found a workaround, essentially a procedural way that they could sidestep this vote altogether, a point of order. And they took a point of order by convincing other senators...
Democrats are hurting America. Only cities with left-wing governors are rioting. I'm pretty sure only Minneapolis is having protests right now. Everyone else, there's protests happening, but I saw protests in my small town, dude. So is my small town a blue haven? My small town in Kansas?
There's other
Is it a
Republicans
blue
that
haven?
this vote was not in order in the means they were taking it because, in their words, there is not a conflict that the U.S. has. The U.S. is not actively engaged in Venezuela right now. Effectively, what that did, Amna, was it gave those Republicans on the fence, some of them, a way out. So what happened was we had 2 Republicans flip their vote from last week to this. Let's take a look at who those are. Those are Republicans Josh Hawley of Missouri and Todd Young of Indiana. They supported this resolution overall, but today they voted to set it aside. There were still 3 Republicans who voted yes, though. Those were Susan Collins of Maine.
Remember these people.
Rand
They are
Paul
cool.
of Kentucky
They're
and Lisa
Chads.
Murkowski of Alaska. So, Amna, what this means, as I say, is that the war powers remain completely intact for President Trump. He can...
Yes, Kansas is a well-known Marxist-Leninist, communist, liberal stronghold. Tons of protests, but at best I'd call them demonstrations. Yeah, I think they're not at the point of rioting. Definitely not that. But, you know, anytime people start protesting, they're all going to get up in arms, which makes no sense, but...
can use whatever military might he wants or not, but he knows that Congress is watching him. The other issue here is there really was no thorough debate, which is what those senators said they were fighting for.
All right, Lisa, take us to the House now. A major issue there, the expired Affordable Care Act subsidies. I know millions of people are watching this and tracking it. You spoke to senators involved in those talks. What did they tell you?
This will actually
Excuse
brief
me.
those talks.
By the way, Ron Paul is somebody else I'm going to start pointing to as a Republican that I disagree with a lot of stuff on, but we can agree on some things. Because he seems to be a pretty faithful servant of the American people.
Right now are at a stand.
If it's so bad for America, move or leave the earth. Don't waste taxpayer dollars. And this speaks at one of the biggest issues within both of our parties right now. But I'd say much more on the Republican side. Is that we paint, we want, if you disagree with me, you have to leave. Listen to yourself. That's so un-American. No, we can have a civil discussion, and I can not want you to leave the country. That's so disgusting, bro. Why would you want a fellow American to leave your country just because you disagree with them? So I'm not leaving the country. I love this nation and I love our democracy, and I'm excited to see its future.
Those bipartisan senators, talking to them, they've agreed on some broad outlines of an extension, 2 years, with some more limitations, but mostly moderate limitations. But they've hit some hard walls, including debates over abortion policies.
Thank
We'll be watching
Jesus,
it
all
closely,
those
but right
people,
now,
like
on
the
the
free
truth is
Leninist
the path for extending these
Obamacare.
subsidies is getting narrower
Yeah,
and narrower,
right?
and it may disappear in coming weeks.
We mentioned in the intro to this conversation.
Liberals
talk
are
of
too violent to have a conversation. What about me screams violent individual? Can you please tell me that? Do I sound like somebody who's gonna rip your throat out? I'm here to have a conversation. You seem to be not wanting to have the conversation and just saying we're all too violent. That's obviously not true. I condemned, I wasn't a streamer at the time, but I condemned everything that happened to Charlie Kirk. I've condemned everything, any sort of violence coming from quote unquote our side, but I want the same heat, you know? I want you to say there should be an investigation for what happened to Renee Good. Even if you think Renee was totally in the wrong and she deserved what she got, which I think is disgusting to say about your fellow American, you should at least want an investigation when an American citizen's life is taken from them. So I think you need to think on that for a minute and reflect, truly.
impeachment, but not for President Trump. Tell us about that.
Right. We're talking
Host
about Homeland
voice
Security.
scares me. He needs to be in jail. Ah, damn it. You're right. I forgot the statute. It does say if I have a scary voice, I get to go to jail. Damn it. I'm telling Mr. Mayhem is always on me, dude. He's not going to let me get away with an easy win.
Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Today, Democrats led by Illinois Representative Robin Kelly filed articles of impeachment against her on several grounds, including that she has violated the public trust in the way she has put ICE officers around the country, in their words, violently acting against U.S. citizens. There are other articles of impeachment here as well. But the Homeland Security Department responded quickly, saying this is not legitimate, in their words. This is what a spokesman said precisely. Said how silly during a serious time as ICE officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them.
You know what, Mr.
Representative Kelly
Mayhem?
is
I
one-
think you're right. Us libs, we're just not being nice enough to MAGA, you know? We do forget how fragile some can be.
more focused on showmanship and fundraising clicks. Representative Kelly, for her part, responded to that.
Secretary Noem, you have violated your oath of office, and there will be consequences. I am watching you. Members of Congress are watching you.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. I do a show every day where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
The American people, most importantly, are watching
And you can share it too. I think that's something I need to start advocating for as well. You can share it if you want to as well.
you. And most of all, we are not liking what we're seeing. If you believe impeachment is silly, then you are not taking your job or our Constitution seriously.
This is privilege, so Representative Kelly can bring up that on the House floor anytime going forward.
And lastly, Lisa, we know House Republicans are preparing to take action against former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former Secretary Hillary Clinton. What should we know about that?
Quickly, this is from the House Oversight Chairman, James Comer. He said he will hold a vote next week on holding them in contempt because they have refused to testify behind closed doors despite the committee issuing a subpoena. This is related to the Epstein investigation, but former President Clinton said, no, he questions that. He says they are being held out among all those subpoenaed for sort of special treatment that he questions. And he also criticized the committee for not pushing hard enough to get out more of the actual Epstein documents from the Department of Justice. So we will keep.
I don't get why MAGA's pointing to this as a W, because the Trump administration is still in violation of the Epstein Transparency Act. Anyways, anyone see protesters destroyed a few federal vehicles, stole a rifle, sensitive papers? I haven't heard of that, Derek. No.
Watching this.
Busy day, as we said, on Capitol Hill. Lisa Desjardins covering it all, as always. Lisa, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Trump's still withholding millions of files. The Justice Department says there are still 2 million Jeffrey Epstein files that are under review and have not been released to the public. Well, that doesn't matter. They're already breaking the law. I just wish, how can we go after them?
Tucked into legislation that ended the longest government shutdown in U.S. history last fall was a provision to change the definition of hemp. It was a small tweak involving
Thank you, Derek, for dictating what news I should be covering. Unfortunately, you're not the owner of this live. So while I agree, I will look that up and I will talk about it. You have no fucking power over what I cover, my friend. And that's okay. That's okay.
Measurements, but one that could have a huge impact on the booming market for hemp products. Jeffrey Brown reports now from Kentucky.
Inside a 25,000 square foot facility in Louisville, adult-use gummies are being churned out at Cornbread Hemp. Supplements with flavors like blueberry and blood orange have CBD, a compound that advocates cite for its therapeutic benefits, including combating anxiety, insomnia, and inflammation. But they also include THC, which has an intoxicating effect. Though popular confusion abounds, they're not made from marijuana, but from another variety of the same plant, hemp, and they're fully legal for now.
This is the first step. This is a super sack of our hemp.
Yeah, laws are for peasant only. Like, think about it. You guys are advocating for the Epstein files to stay hidden. I wouldn't want that. I do not like that position.
Produced, grown here in Kentucky.
Jim Higdon is co-founder of Cornbread Hemp.
Then here's our certificate from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture that certifies that the THC content is well below that 0.3% standard, that we need to make sure that this remains a federally legal product.
The 2018 Farm Bill legalized hemp after decades of prohibition because of its connection.
Yeah, by the way, Trump reneging on his on all of his past administration actions is very interesting.
To marijuana. In fact, the plant has been cultivated in Kentucky since the 18th century.
I do remember prosecution of pedos is Marxism. Marxism, I forget.
So luxuriantly in Kentucky that harvesting is sometimes difficult.
Including during World War II, when the fibers from the plant were crucial to the war effort, turned into rope, textiles, and even parachute webbing.
As for the United States Navy, every battleship requires 34,000 feet of rope.
It was these types of industrial uses that advocates like then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell cited in supporting hemp legalization 7 years ago. But that also brought unexpected consequences as the popularity of CBD grew and entrepreneurs created products that extract a small amount of THC in hemp, bringing a boom in products like gummies and beverages that can get you high.
It's a surprising marketplace that people didn't realize existed. We've recently expanded and built out our gummy production facilities because of
we
the
did not
popularity.
know you could get stoned off of fucking hemp THC. Hey, I'm all for it, guys. You know, I do not support the prohibition of marijuana. So,
and the projections of continued popularity of these products We've invested considerably in this
By the way, if
facility.
you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the stream, gets me boosted out there.
Here in Louisville.
The 7-year-old company employs more than 100 people and today legally ships its products to almost every state in the country. But that legal future is now in jeopardy.
Unfortunately, companies have exploited a loophole in the 2018 legislation by taking legal amounts of THC from hemp and turning it into intoxicating substances.
Oh, God, no. They're turning it into something you can get high off of, guys. Oh, God. But think about how much money that's generating for the economy. The alcohol lobby went after them? Yeah, I could see that.
Who championed the legalization of hemp led the recent effort to change the definition of it, citing how products like gummies have been too accessible to children. Starting in November, hemp will no longer be defined by just the amount of THC by weight in the dry hemp plant. Instead, federal law will limit all synthetic cannabinoids and the amount of THC in the final product being sold. The goal, to get intoxicating hemp products off the shelf. What will the impact be on your company if this change?
If we can't diversify into products that do not contain any hemp, then it will mean the end of the company. It will certainly mean the end of every product that we currently make.
The industry does have its supporters in Washington, including Kentucky's other senator.
The numbers put forward in this bill will eliminate 100% of the hemp products in our country.
But not all parts of the hemp industry.
It's, you know, guys, like, this is a step back for the administration and for, you know, Republicans. Republicans for a while were seen as like, oh yeah, we're pro marijuana, but this is a step back. This is a step back major for them, and I think they're going to get a lot of mad stoners voting for the Democrats again.
Industry are convinced this rule change is a death sentence.
We've been operating in this facility since 2018.
Chad Rosen is founder of Victory Hemp in northern Kentucky, which turns hemp seeds into non-intoxicating protein
Hey,
powder.
I'll be honest, I think alcohol is kind of like, it's kind of lame. It's because people have gotten stupider. Oh yes, that's why, ladies and gentlemen. It's not our deteriorating education system. It's not social media wiring you to be addicted. No, ladies and gentlemen, it is because people are getting high. That's it.
Oil, another of the many uses of hemp.
This is not a ban on the entire hemp industry. It clearly defines that products from industrial hemp, as defined by those grown for the grain and the fiber, are not getting banned in any fashion. And we're not celebrating the cannabinoid sector potentially phasing extinction, but we are happy that industrial hemp has gotten some real regulatory definition.
He sees a huge potential for products like his, as well as other innovative uses of industrial
Younger
hemp.
generation don't drink as much? Well, womp womp for the alcohol industry. You realize this is communism, right, guys? This is the state making it basically illegal for private businesses to do what they want. You guys should be against this. It's very interesting that the Republicans are for this.
Using the fiber for building materials and even as a sustainable lightweight alternative to plastic in auto manufacturing.
There's a lot of assumptions that come along with hemp, and half of what we do is just navigating the true story. We're constantly trying to impress on people that it's different genetics, different agronomy.
Danny, you are absolutely brain rotted by right-wing media. I'm here for you, brother. I'm here for you. I'm here to make to lighten your day and try to bridge the gap so we can eventually get you down to earth, because man, you're up in space with those right-wing talking points. Yeah, Partnership for a Drug-Free America was a coalition of alcohol and tobacco lobbies. I could see that. God bless Trump. God bless Trump, says Tamika. Tamika Mary, 1997. Good to have you here.
Economy, different processing, different products, different consumer experience. And so for that, the regulatory framework needs to be considered very different.
We've grown a little bit of everything in the past.
Eighth-generation farmer Brian
I'm
Furnish.
going to start pointing to this as a failure of Trump. Failure to not... I'm going to start looking at this as a failure to not allow private businesses to thrive, you know? He's the one that signed this law into bill. It wasn't Biden's policies. It wasn't Obama who signed the Farm Bill into law. No, that was exclusively Trump, and now he's reneging on it. I think that's so embarrassing. Like, how are you not embarrassed, you know?
Who grows tobacco and many other crops on his Kentucky farm, sees hemp as incredibly valuable.
Blocked. Oh, no. No, don't block me.
I've said if I was stranded on an island, what plant would I want with me? And
I
would
should
want
only believe under oath testimony. All politicians lie. Yeah, I fight back against this all the time because most politicians are just public servants trying to do the betterment for society. Whether that be Republican or Democrat, you know, I am not a partisan player. I'm pragmatic in my beliefs. So anyways, let's continue with the video.
Yeah. There's so many dynamic uses of it. Get the food from it, you can get the fiber from it. You can get what I call the dietary supplement medicinal side out of the oils.
And he grows hemp for many uses, straddling different sides of the market, including supplying raw material to Victory Hemp, while also growing for the cannabinoid market. That part of his operation is now in flux, well before the new law goes into effect.
It's just so much uncertainty.
Oh, her not. Oh, got you.
I'm
My
not
bad,
even
my
sure
bad.
when I can ship this product.
Sorry about that.
And even if I ship it, my price is already falling 40%.
Furnish's family operation is currently sitting
Local
on...
politicians, sure, DC is corrupt. I don't agree with that at all. By the way, sorry, J Prime. I mixed up the signals there. My bad. But I don't agree with that at all. Like, I think that there are definitely some Republicans out there that, you know, wanna help. I think their party's unfortunately been captured by the MAGA virus, but I think there are like definitely normal Americans that are Republican that just want to be more fiscally conservative and maybe more conservative on social issues. The problem is you guys have dedicated your party to... Oh, we've got a call from Texas. You've dedicated your party to Trump, and you don't have any parachute after Trump. Hello, you're now live to about 70... Hello, this is... Hello? As I was saying, you're now live to 7... Oh, fuck. I missed my opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Damn it. Anyways. But I disagree. I think a lot of people on the Democrat side definitely are trying to help the American public. I know that's shocking to believe. But I really do think a lot of Democrats want to help the American people. And I see it with our leaders. We have young up-and-comers like James Tallarico. We have long stand-ins like Hakeem Jeffries. We've got it all, dude. Who does the Republican Party have? That's what I ask. Like, who do they have right now that is actually trying to address America's issues and not playing partisan politics?
600,000 pounds of harvested hemp piled in barns like this.
Of course Democrats want to help America. Amen. Fucking men, dude. That's why I'm a Democrat, you know? And something else to note is that our party is rather big. You know, we have quite a big tent. We have people on the left, we have people in the middle. The issue with the Republicans right now is they just keep going further and further right, alienating more and more moderates to come to the Democrats.
And bagged with...
Oh, that is true. Republicans do have Ted Cruz. That is true. Yep. Ted Cruz is getting people motivated right now. No, I feel bad for moderate Republicans because their party has kind of abandoned them. You know, I want a functioning party in America. So that way I think we do better when both of the parties are contributing in good faith. But when one party is just so dedicated to one man, it's not healthy.
Nowhere to send it.
Now, on our farm alone, current prices, we'll lose about $450,000 on this product so far.
Jesus.
And I don't see the prices coming back. I just hope we can ship it and get rid of it.
Could you survive with just the industrial hemp market?
No.
Furnish is open to regulation, but thinks the new rule change will cripple an industry that was just starting to mature.
I agree with the principle of what they were trying to accomplish, and that is trying to keep high THC products out of children's hands. But the new law that passed, the THC...
Oh, one car. See, look, I'm not accusing the Republican Party of embezzling billions of dollars. You have no evidence for that. Absolutely none. All you can point to is a fraud, a fraud. One moment, let me gather my thoughts. All you can point to is a fraud investigation where people were indicted under the Biden and Waltz the Biden administration and during Walt's governorship. That's all you can point to. You can't point to anything else. There are no other investigations. There's nothing like that. All you can point to is a investigation that Biden and Waltz led. So, sorry. Marijuana is a human right. Amen, brother. Let's crack open and... Oh, yeah, we're gonna stay away from that voice. Let's light up a cold one.
You see, per container is so low that we can't meet that, even the naturally occurring in the plant. But hemp's not
Keep
going...
up the good work for whoever is running the chat. I believe that would be me. So thank you.
In a way, even the cannabinoids are...
Me and my amazing mods.
The
Bill,
issue is where does the
Clockwell,
consumer
Toby, Demaru. Who else do we have here? Mirutzi and Kalinda. Those are my amazing mods right now. We need to have mod elections here soon. Once my community gets big enough, we'll have mod elections. About to pack a palm leaf right now. ATF Alaskan Thunder, yeah. Hey, I'm about to I just got done smoking, so I don't know what strain this is. Dealer mystery strain number 72. But it's purely just CBD, by the way, guys. It's not illegal in any way. We need a generation of holy warriors. Think like 40K. Space Reigns has a blunt in his mouth. I don't think we need that. What we need right now is just calm, level heads looking to make America great. America's already great. It doesn't need to be great again because it's already fucking amazing. But we do have some real issues like gerrymandering and the filibuster, which prevent us from truly reaching our full potential. But I'm glad you're a 40K fan. I fucking love 40K, dude. What army do you play? What strains you get? Dumb Poison is 100% sativa. Oh, I agree. if I lived in a more accepting state and not one of the states that is absolutely afraid of marijuana, then I'd be much more particular with the strains I get.
My fear is that it will drive a lot of people to go back underground to get product from their street dealers.
Dee Dee Taylor runs
This
a
is something else that people aren't really paying attention to. Think about the market that opened up. More new people got exposed to marijuana. May have now rely on it for things like pain relief and stuff like that instead of over-the-counter medications. You know, maybe they take it every night to help with their back pain. They're now going to go underground. That's a great point by
hemp shop in Louisville. She's also president of the Kentucky Hemp Association. In 2023, the group worked with state legislators to address concerns about the products, to restrict sales to those under 21 and mandate lab testing. Rules that will now be superseded by the new federal rule change.
And I don't take any
Inquisition? Hey, the Inquisition is sick. I play Chaos Space Marines, Iron Warriors. Those are my dudes. I fucking love them, dude.
She worries for her customers.
Got my own Chaos Warband that I've created. It's pretty sick lore that I've made.
When I go home, I'm going to be able to relax. I'm going to be able to maintain. I'm going to be able to play with my grandkids, all because of this.
Wempy is a
Oh, like, think about that. That's so sad, dude.
Republican who voted for Mitch McConnell, but says he's disappointed in how Congress has changed the rules.
Until they sit in somebody's seat, they'll never realize. And I'm going to tear up because this helps me. And people do not realize it. It's a shame.
Is a compromise possible?
Damn. I'm not going to talk about much because normally I go into a frenzy because of circumstances. Circumcision related pain. I've done restoration. I need my smoke war. All interesting. Well, sorry to hear about that, friend. You know, I hope I'm glad it helps. That's all I'll say. I am very glad it helps, and you deserve to feel as good as you can. I won't read that out loud, but
Recently, President Trump asked Congress to reconsider the recent hemp rule change, and legislation has been introduced that would accomplish that while also adding age restrictions nationwide.
But like, tell these people don't ask. Well, you're gonna hear me say to trust doctors. I'm gonna be honest. I do trust doctors. I trust people. Most people in the medical profession are trying to help you. The issue comes with things like insurance companies and lobby groups that target doctors for stuff. So I think most doctors are typically trying to help you. The problem comes with the insurance agencies and all this other stuff that prevents you from interfacing with them.
Nationwide. But with the planting season right around the corner, the timeline for farmers here and around the country is very tight. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown in Kentucky.
Well, shout out to
And that
Jeffrey
is
Brown.
The NewsHour for tonight. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. For all of us here at the NewsHour,
I am Chad and I am Stacy. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, guys, we did have a press conference with Hakeem Jeffries. We also, I want to watch this first, though. The Great American Healthcare Plan. What is this?
All Americans and truly make healthcare affordable again. We're doing things that nobody's ever been able to do. We're calling it the Great Healthcare Plan. Instead of putting the needs of big corporations and special interests first, our plan finally puts you first and puts more money in your pocket. The government is going to pay the money directly to you. It goes to you, and then you take the money and buy your own health care.
Bro, what does this mean? What does this mean? years ago. I don't. What are you talking about? But oh, are you talking about like the dehumanization and stuff? I agree. It's heartbreaking. Israelis and Iranians have better healthcare than the USA. Totally agree with that. Very heartbreaking, dude.
Nobody's ever heard of that before, and that's the way it is.
But this doesn't say, he's not talking about how he's lowering the cost. He's just giving us money isn't going to decrease cost, ladies and gentlemen. I'm already not liking the sound of this. I have a theory, though. If President Trump is on the screen, I wonder how many more MAGA will come into the chat and try to fight with me. We're going to test it.
Insurance companies lose and the people of our country win. This proposal locks in the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation drug pricing agreement. Now, when you hear about that, for 40 years they've been trying to do it, but they never were able to do it. No other president was able to do it. I got every other country to approve it. By the use of tariffs and other things, they all approved it. Nobody else got it.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? That's weird.
Other president
he's
got
just
it.
gish galloping.
And for the most part, they didn't even try because they felt it was impossible. It'll bring down drug prices 80, 90%, in some cases, just numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. Your prescription drugs will come way, way down. And under this policy, the prices of many drugs will be slashed by 300, 400, and even 500% starting this month at the TrumpRx.gov. So instead of Americans paying the highest drug prices in the world, which we have for decades, we will now be paying the lowest cost paid by any other nation. So any other nation that's paying the lowest cost, that's what we're going to pay. And the American people.
He's going to pay the health care with tariffs? I didn't hear him say that. I used to support Trump for that. I'm sorry. He lied to the American people. Well, yeah, you're totally fine, man. I have no problem with people who voted for Donald Trump and Trump supporters. I think they're my fellow Americans, and it pisses me off because this guy lied to you guys. Like, that makes me mad. I hate to think that somebody took advantage of the American people's goodwill and lied to them. It truly upsets me. So I'm glad to have you here, man, and I'm glad to have you on our side now, you know what I mean? We may not agree on everything, but I agree. If we can agree this dipshit's a loser and we need him out and we need a better leader, then I think we're going to get pretty far together on policy and stuff, you know what I mean?
Will get the savings. So I have to reiterate, the lowest price in the world is what you're going to pay. Before you were paying the highest price in the world by far, and the politicians did nothing about it. So I'm asking Congress to complete the work.
That's totally not true, by the way. Joe Biden lowered the healthcare cost of seniors by massive amounts.
We've started. Next, my plan would reduce your insurance premiums by stopping government payoffs to big insurance companies and sending that money directly to the people. Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act.
Actually, Joe Biden did start the initiation process of decriminalizing weed. So I will say that, but I do think we need a more pro-marijuana platform in the Democratic Party. Just because it's worked very well for the Republicans, and now they're stabbing everybody in the back who was a marijuana advocate with this hemp bill. So, while paying for a war... Excuse me? How is Donald Trump not doing that?
with billions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies that helped their stock prices skyrocket over 1,700% as you paid more money for health care every single year, more and more. The premiums went higher and higher. I want to end this flagrant scam and put extra money straight into the healthcare savings account in your name, and you go out and buy your own healthcare, and
Yeah,
you'll make a
this
great.
is a bad idea. Like a healthcare savings account. Okay, so it's not a bad idea, but it's not going to address people's issues. Just like I'm saying, this isn't addressing healthcare costs. This is only addressing like periphery things around the healthcare costs, but not really tackling the real issue.
Great deal. You get better health care for less money. That way you can choose the care that is right for your family. To further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to insurance brokers
What
and corporate.
pipeline did he shut down, by the way, Danny? What pipeline did he shut down? I'm interested to see what you say. What pipeline did he shut down?
Middlemen that only drive up the costs, and that's what they're intended to do, drive up the cost. But we're driving down the cost. And it fully funds a long neglected part of the law known as the Cost Sharing Reduction Program. This measure alone should cut premiums on the most popular Obamacare plans. It's hard to believe there are any because it's a hated program. It's unaffordable. But it's
I disagree. I think that one of the things that the Biden administration did very well was making sure Ukraine was well armed and armed to the teeth. And we saw the benefits of that by Russia having massive losses. And I mean massive losses on the front. I'm the one hurting America. I'm your fellow American citizen. How am I hurting America? Just by using my free speech and using my platform? The Keystone Pipeline, that never existed. The Keystone Pipeline, he shut that down? Interesting. Was it the Keystone XL pipeline he shut? Was it the Keystone XL? Is that you need to make a differential. Which one did he shut down? Oh, less resistance, less leakage. Foreigners aren't scamming. It was a very small percentage of the Somali community who committed that fraud. And the head of the fraud, of the biggest fraud, was a white woman. So just because, I would be very interested to do what Nick Shirley did in some Republican-held areas that are more oriented towards businesses, or how easy would it be for me to set up a private school in, let's say, Kentucky or Louisiana? You know what I mean? A lot of our stuff is honor-based, and when people take advantage of that trust we put in our citizenship, they get punished. But we don't do collective punishment. That's not what we do. Collective punishment is disgusting, repugnant Nazi shit. Just because one person does something doesn't mean an entire group is damned. He stopped production. Yeah, they weren't even built yet. Not you fucking... Ugh. They weren't even built yet. And yes, when Russia starts a war, we're going to stop our engineering projects going to their land. Whoa. Oh. What?
It's going to cut them by an average of 10 to 15%. Next, the Great Healthcare Plan. That's the name. It's called the...
Well, I think, if you want my point, if I was president, I would have fucking surged NATO troops the moment Russia decided to, or surged American troops at least, the moment Russia decided to fucking invade Ukraine. They've shown they're not going to use their nukes. We've passed all of their red lines and they still haven't fucking fired off a nuke. Because Putin doesn't want to destroy the world. He wants to own it. You know? I think we should have stepped in immediately. I think we should step in now. It's not too late. Trump's never going to do it, but if you want my strategy for Europe right now, it's to essentially, we need to arm Ukraine, incentivize European powers to spend more on military, which I definitely agree with Trump. I don't think we should fucking threaten them, but I do think we should, we should encourage a strong in Europe and robust European military complex. And then for my final piece, you need to really start fortifying and creating a bulwark out of Moldova, because Moldova is the next step in the Russian conquest. It's going to be, if they're able to get what they want in Ukraine, it will be Moldova they go after next. Assuming there's a neutered Ukraine after this war. So Moldova is going to be the next area we really need to fortify, and that would be a perfect way for the European arms industry and the European military complex to really start getting off the ground, to start focusing on Moldova and providing packages, aid packages, stuff like that. You must be a liberal as you're using the F word like it's coming out of your mouth like water. Clean it up. No. You're not my mommy.
Great healthcare, because it's great healthcare at a lower price. Mandates unprecedented accountability and transparency from insurance companies and all healthcare providers, so that special interests can no longer profiteer at your expense.
I thought conservatives were the party of freedom of speech, but now we have conservatives pearl clutching about my language. What are we doing out here? What are we doing out here, ladies and gentlemen? What is this?
The saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. That is why my plan orders all insurance companies to publish rate and coverage comparisons in very plain English. It requires insurers to publish detailed information about how much of your money they're going to be paying out in claims versus how much they're taking in profits. In other words, you will be able to watch the scam. It forces them to release detailed data on how many claims are being denied and whether those denials are eventually overturned on appeal. And most importantly, it will require any hospital or insurer who accepts Medicare or Medicaid to prominently post all prices at their place of business so that you are never surprised and you can easily shop for a better deal.
I mean, I guess this is okay. I don't know if, I mean, it's good for transparency, but I don't think it really is addressing the issues. But I mean, I guess this is a good policy. I don't know.
Better care, and you're going to end up doing both. You're going to get a better deal and better care. We will have maximum price transparency, and costs will
I'm
come.
not a fan of the current Israeli government, but I think the Israeli people are great people, just like I think the Palestinian people are great people. By the way, if you guys are enjoying this stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and gets me boosted out there. I do a show every day, typically from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you guys, give a like and a subscribe.
Down incredibly. I'm calling on Congress to pass this framework into law without delay. Have to do it right now so that we can get immediate relief to the American people, the people I love. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess we'll find out if that happens. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we have a video of Leader Jeffries, and then we have this Nick Shirley interview. So I think we will probably just get into that. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the show, remember to like and subscribe. You're going to hear me say that a lot just because the view time is a little short. So remember to like and subscribe to the stream if you guys are enjoying it. All right, let's get to right about here. Oh, look at this Chad. Oh my goodness. Oh my, it's MAGA's fear. It's their biggest fear. Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. Approximately a year ago, Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th President of the United States of America. And he indicated that he was going to bring about a golden age in this great country. What Donald Trump and the Republicans have done as a result of their toxic, extreme policies is bring about a rotten age in the United States of America. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers closing as a result
after fucking 4 hours
of the Republican One Big Ugly Bill. Republicans are refusing to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And that's going to create a situation where tens of millions of everyday Americans will be unable to go see a doctor.
I'm very interested to see the wording of this bill that Trump is floating, the Great American Healthcare Plan. I'm very interested to see like what else is in there, because he's not letting on to all that's in there, obviously. So what else does this bill include?
When they need one, because their premiums are skyrocketing out of control, in some instances increasing by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. The Trump tariffs are making life more expensive for tens of millions of working class Americans. And the Trump administration has unleashed these lawless, masked ICE agents to brutalize American citizens, even resulting in the unjustified killing
It's going to go dark for a moment.
of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. 1 year later, the Trump administration has been a complete and total failure, and the American people know it. And Republicans haven't done a damn thing to make life better.
What game am I playing? Sorry if it's a little laggy. I need to do some updates to the software, but I'm playing a game called Front Mission 4. It's a mech party-based game that is all about preventing World War III between Europe and the United States and doing it in mechs. So that's cool. We're also fighting Russians, which I'm always a fan of. You know what I mean? Concepts of a plan will fix it. Very true. Very true. Yeah, I have no idea what this policy is even like, what it looks like. I really do need to see the wording because it sounds good in theory. Like, you know, some of those ideas were cool, I guess. But what are the actual, how's the wording? You know, I'm a little sussed out about the idea that they may have, that businesses have to post how much they're making and stuff. I don't know if I like that.
Class Americans, everyday Americans, and middle class Americans.
Red states are the poorest. After 1 year, Trump did nothing for his MAGA puppets, Adolf Trump. I do agree with that. He really hasn't done much, and as a matter of fact, getting rid of ACA subsidies hurts red states more than blue states. So,
Americans, despite promising that costs were going to go down on day one, costs haven't gone down in the United States of America with Republican
Are we
control
taking
of the
Greenland yet in my game? I don't think so. I think Greenland is still a stable European territory. I'm not sure though. We haven't discussed, I don't even think the game writers thought it would be that dumb that America invades Greenland. I've been working on BattleTech. Oh, BattleTech is so cool. That's a game I actually really want to play. I just don't have a good enough PC for it yet. But it's very similar to this game in a lot of ways.
House, the Senate, and the presidency. Costs have gone up. Inflation
states, which is just a travesty,
skyrocketing
dude.
Out of control. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Utility bills out of control. Child care costs out of control. And health care costs out of control. Everyday Americans are suffering under the oppressive nature of the Trump Republican economy. And it's time for some congressional action to actually keep your word.
You realize why
as
they want
Republicans,
hold on.
based on what
Might
you
go
said you
dark for a
would
minute.
do.
You realize why they want Greenland? Probably going to be where the AI server farm goes, right? Free cooling. Well, maybe. Well, the issue I have with that framing is we kind of already have Greenland, guys. We kind of already have it. Like, NATO would let any of us park whatever we want on there. So, I don't know. Like, I think that's...
Which is to focus on addressing the high cost of living in this country. Instead,
I think Trump's entire framing of this is just kind of stupid. We already have NATO in a lot of... We already have Greenland in a lot of aspects.
Republicans have consistently focused on rewarding their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks and then engaging out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the largest pay-to-play scheme in the history of the country. It's disgusting, and the American people know it. Questions?
Don't they have seed vaults in Greenland? I do remember
Congressman
something
Thanedar
about...
said that he
I
plans to
think they
introduce
do, yeah.
legislation
I
to
think
abolish
that is where the seed
ICE.
vaults
How
are.
comfortable are you?
That's why he wants it. He wants to grow that cool corn. We likely don't have mineral rights. That's true. But, I mean, do we really... God, we're the richest country in the world, dude. Why do we need... I don't get it, this isolationist stuff. I think it's foolish to think the world is just gonna just be fine without America's presence and not go to places like China, Russia.
With members of your party pushing this?
Haven't had a conversation with the congressman on that particular piece of legislation, but our position has
The
been...
man is insane. Can't you see it? Donald? Yes, I very much agree. Donnie Boy is going... He's not doing too well. Things aren't going well. I don't know why that is, but I can tell you things aren't going well in that man's head.
Clear that taxpayer dollars are being used by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to brutalize American citizens and law-abiding American taxpayers in ways that the American people reject. The American people didn't sign up for what we're seeing on the streets of Minneapolis, in Chicagoland, or in other parts of the country. The American people thought that the Trump administration was going to target violent felons who are here in the country illegally. But instead, we see American citizens like Renee Nicole Good being gunned down in cold blood without justification. Taxpayer dollars are being used by the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to unleash extremism on the street.
Do you guys hear gunshots in the background? Is that just me? Listen, guys, do you guys hear gunshots in the background?
By individuals who are showing depraved indifference to human life. That's what we're seeing. That's what the American people are seeing. And the American people don't want their taxpayer dollars used in that
just
fashion.
Mishearing what that actually
And
is.
so,
but
as we approach the appropriations process related to Homeland Security funding, Democrats in the House and the Senate have demanded changes to the way in which ICE conducts itself, such that
this guy is paid by AIPAC. I am? I don't think that's true. Jeffries?
it falls into line with the standards, protocols, and behavior of every other law enforcement agency in the United States of America. ICE cannot conduct itself as if it's above the law. In America, no one is above the law. And these claims of absolute immunity are insane, absurd, and completely unfounded.
It's the camera.
In law or in fact?
Yeah, probably.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Honestly, probably after this stream, guys, I'll probably split out of here. You know, we had a nice little hour onto the stream. I'm getting kind of hungry, want to go out. I might stream later tonight, but I'll definitely put out some shorts.
Right to sue to
but we gotta
challenge
get
voting
through
laws
this
that they
first.
disagree with. Considering how Republicans have continuously called for election reform, do you have any concerns that there could be a flurry of lawsuits brought by Republicans ahead of the 2026 midterms, challenging voting laws in different states?
We're assuming that Republicans are going to do everything possible to prevent a free and fair election from taking place in November of 2026. Why? Because Republicans know that if a free and fair
And
election takes
Soros.
place,
Yeah, I'm basically a billionaire at this point, guys.
they're losing. In fact, Republicans are going to get routed all across the country, as we've repeatedly.
No, I like Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know where you get the corporate shill from, because during the shutdown, every day he was on the Capitol steps telling us why the government is shut down and why Americans need health care. I totally disagree. Well, bye-bye in advance. I think I'm sleepy. Good seeing you, Bill. Go get you some rest. You deserve it, brother.
Seen, including most
Thank
recently
you for being here, man.
in the off-year election in November and in the mayoral election in Miami, where a Democrat was elected in early December for the first time in almost 30 years. The whole reason why Republicans launched this failed gerrymandering scheme is because they know what we know. The American people are rejecting their extremism and embracing the Democratic vision for making life more affordable for everyday Americans. And so it's clear to me that though their gerrymandering scheme is crashing and burning, despite all the skeptics out there who thought that Democrats in the House were cooked somehow, as if we were going to step back. No, we didn't step back. We fought back. And they started this gerrymandering war. We're going to end it. And we're not going to allow Republicans.
Hey, all of you people that have an issue with AIPAC, I understand having an issue with lobby groups, but I'd have more of an issue with things like the Beverage Corporation and lobbyists like that. Like, it doesn't surprise me that funding for AIPAC rose after October 7th, you know. The far left doesn't like Hakeem. That's how you got Obamacare, not single-payer health care.
To artificially maintain their
What's rotten?
majority in the House of Representatives. We're going to show up and stand up and speak up continuously for free and fair elections, and that's what the American people are going to get on November 3rd, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Since the House passed the 3-year ACA extension, you called on John Thune to, quote, stop playing procedural games that are jeopardizing the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people. You said that there's a majority of votes in the Senate if the bill got to the floor. Are you calling for the Senate to get rid of the filibuster to bring forward this bill, since you say that it has the votes to pass if it made it to the floor?
The American people overwhelmingly support an extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. The House has passed, in a bipartisan way, legislation to make sure that those tax credits are restored for tens of millions of Americans, working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans who otherwise will be unable to go see a doctor when they need one. And these are in states all across the country, and disproportionately, red states will be the ones impacted by the failure to restore the Affordable Care Act tax credits. That's the
Why does it cover that? Well, because I believe that people deserve a treat once in a while, so I have no problem subsidizing these companies if they provide a valuable benefit. YouTube politicians are cringe, a dime a dozen. Well, I'm sorry to say, my friend, but the market disagrees with you.
reality. We're talking about
What type of unique content are you bringing to the world, buddy? What are you doing?
states like West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, North Dakota, South Dakota, South Carolina.
My theory is not much.
Carolina, Texas, Alabama. These are the states
What's up,
that are
Lean
adversely
Dog?
impacted.
How are you doing today? Hopefully
Right at
you're
the
doing
top of the
well.
list. So this fight for us is not a partisan one, it's a patriotic one.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. It really helps out the channel, gets me boosted out there in the atmosphere. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, remember to like and subscribe.
We're standing up for everyday Americans. It's not red or blue, it's red, white, and blue. As far as we're concerned, in terms of the fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And the reality in the Senate is that a majority of senators,
weasels, right?
47 Democrats and 4 Republicans, support a straightforward
Something tells me
extension
they're not confident
of the Affordable
enough in
Care
their political ideology, so they're not able to articulate it.
Act tax credits, which means that the only thing standing in the way is that John Thune and Senate Republicans are hiding behind the filibuster to erect procedural hurdles to prevent the bill from being voted on
High fructose corn
in an
syrup over 100%.
up or down way. And
It is valuable. I mean, yeah, I do agree that you shouldn't drink Coca-Cola every day, but I mean, a kid should have a Coke, once in a while if he wants something to enjoy.
I'll leave it to the Senate to decide and my Democratic colleagues in terms of how to best deal with that.
What you're talking about is much more of an issue of highly processed foods.
That procedural hurdle at this point in time. But I've been on record for years now saying that things have to change in that institution if we are going to effectively deliver for the American people. Thanks.
Thanks,
Got it.
Jeffries. Where are you on the stock ban bill?
Well, it actually is much more free market to allow people to use their EBT funds on whatever they want rather than limiting them to a certain set of choices.
Say to some in your conference who have argued that it doesn't go far enough. It allows for loopholes for members to still continue to trade despite the intention behind the bill.
There are several
I'm not
challenges.
a fan of Coca-Cola, though. I don't want to seem like I like Coca-Cola.
With the bill as it's currently written,
I
which
don't
is
drink
why
it personally.
Democrats strongly opposed it in the hearing and markup today. The so-called stock ban doesn't ban stocks. Let's start there. That's a problem as it relates to any meaningful prohibition on trading. The bill also doesn't apply to the president or vice president, which any reasonable
That's kind
American
of a conflict
can
of
conclude
interest, eh?
that if we're
Everybody cannot trade stocks except for me.
going to prohibit stock trading.
Well, the good news is now there will be no job when we make Coca-Cola illegal. Amen.
Related to people who occupy.
No, I have no issue with EBT being used to buy Coca-Cola every once in a while, or just even every day. People need food, man. People, some people enjoy Coca-Cola once a day. I'm not going to take that away from them. And most people are on EBT for a point in their life. They're not on it forever. Or I should say 30% is, 70% is just people who can't provide for themselves anyways. So
Positions of significance in their federal government. Of course, the president and the vice president should be included. And third, this is not the only challenge, but the so-called stock ban bill is riddled with loopholes that you can drive a flying palace through. That's ridiculous. It's pretending
how is the
to do
kid
something.
gonna have $1 or $2 to pay for that? Obviously, it's their parents buying this for them. No, I totally disagree with you. We benefit from these programs, dude. There's so much benefit from EBT and SNAP.
That is not taking place. And the American people are correctly demanding that Congress take decisive action as it relates to banning congressional stock trading, so there can be some confidence that their representatives in the People's House are conducting themselves solely with the public interest in mind, not their own personal interests. So if the legislation comes to the floor, we'll have a caucus meeting to discuss it and then stake out a position thereafter. But as of the moment, the words, actions, and votes of the Democratic members of the House Administration Committee speak for themselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Since we last talked to you on Monday, there have been a growing number of House Democrats calling for ICE to be abolished. I'm curious, where do you stand on the issue personally?
I don't know if this is, I don't know if ICE abolishment is a great way to sell it to the American people. Like, I think we can all agree ICE doesn't need to be as prominent in people's daily lives as they are. But I don't know if we should say abolish ICE. I don't think. Well, I agree that the poor worker is somebody we really do need to focus on, but I think addressing affordability is gonna mean more in people's lives. And I think we do need to raise, the minimum wage to a higher standard. Starving. I do agree also we need to provide more opportunities for our younger generation. And I'm talking like 20-year-olds my age. That may be selfish, but I see a lot of potential in my generation to do a lot of work, a lot of really good work. So I do agree we need to create more opportunity. But the way we do that is by investing in things like infrastructure, so people don't have to spend as much on transportation and stuff like that. Creating business opportunities, not limiting, like Trump is doing, certain sectors with hemp and marijuana. And there's a couple other things, creating social safety nets so that people can still participate in our communities without having to fear of cost rising, you know, stuff like that. I don't care about people? Yes, I do. I love people. I love people. Well, the issue with real and healthy food is that the FDA is not nearly as empowered as it should be. So if you want better and healthier food, then you're gonna need to bring it up with the FDA and empower the FDA.
Believe ICE should be abolished.
Same answer that I just gave to that question earlier in this press conference. Kevin?
On the Epstein files front, we are about a month out from the deadline that was imposed as part of the law. Have you kind of decided?
We
on
do
the best
subsidize our
Democrats
farmers
can take
already.
here? Are you behind the inherent contempt push that Conrad and Massey have kind of rolled out?
Here's the thing with respect to the Epstein files. Congress decisively
And also,
overwhelmingly.
Who's saying that's not what most SNAP and EBT is being spent on? Like, do you have data to show that people are all just are only buying snack and soda with EBT? I don't think so. Most people spend it on on their needs.
Passed legislation signed into law by the current president requiring the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files so that there can be transparency and accountability, which has correctly been demanded by the courageous, brave survivors of Epstein's horrific abuse.
Yeah, this is
That's
something
the
else
law.
that's kind of hard to me. Really, once in a while, don't sit here and try to back out now. You and I both know that that's not a healthy... I don't know that because I am not a nutritionist. Are you a nutritionist? Please tell me, are you a nutritionist? Companies will make the food healthier if we remove regulations and oversight, right, Mayhem? You're just a chill. I'm just a shill. Interesting. All right. Well, have a good time out there in the live universe, my friend. I think I'm being fair and accurate. I don't think I'm shilling for anybody, but if that's what you think, have a good time out there. I will always embrace you openly and allow any speech in my chat as long as it isn't racist, homophobic, or anything like that, and we're good.
Of the land. But the Department of Justice, led by the current Attorney General,
I'm behind
have
the corporate
failed.
masters. That's why I advocate for breaking up Amazon into 4 separate companies, breaking up Walmart into 10 companies, totally obliterating Dollar General and making them sell off their properties to local businesses. That's why. Very interesting. I'm for the corporate masses though, because I don't support this guy's extremely limited worldview of you being against corporations only means the way I want it. What is a woman? Great question.
To comply with the law.
Oh my God, and now he's saying I get none? No, my friend, I'm not even going to talk about that, but yeah, rest assured, I am doing perfectly fine in that department.
And it certainly is reasonable.
Isn't that embarrassing though? Like the one disagreement we have, and you immediately start soying out, calling me a virgin who doesn't get none. I think that's embarrassing, man. What is a woman? Or is that your programming, my friend? Is that all your programming allows, is to ask that question? A woman, you know what? I'll define it for you. A woman is someone who I identifies as a woman and shows feminine qualities.
That contempt resolution should be considered, directed at the Department of Justice. If they
Boom. I
refuse
answered your question.
to comply with
Now,
a law.
Now, I have a question for you. Why does that matter to anything we're talking about right now? These culture warriors, man, I tell you.
On its face requires the disclosure and release of millions of documents that they are currently hiding from the American people. I think to date they've released about 13,000.
And you
What
think
they're
you're
hiding-
clever? Well, I think I'm a little bit above you. You know, you were just copy and pasting. But I'm glad I got a reaction out of you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for engaging in my chat. I really appreciate that, man.
Millions of documents. The American people deserve the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And it's interesting to me that if contempt
Because you're
of
dumb. You can't I just defined what a woman was, you dumb fuck. Come on, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you a dumb fuck. I'm sure you're a very intelligent person.
Congress should be considered for anyone. Let's start with the Department of Justice. If the Republicans on the Oversight Committee were serious, that's where they would
I
start.
understand it takes some time for words to reach MAGA's brain, so I unfortunately, forgot about that. No reaction. You need people like me in a chat. Yeah, I totally agree. What are you talking about? I'm glad to have you in my chat, my friend.
You have an actual law signed.
Bro, you literally just called me dumb. All right, you're a troll. All right. That's all right. I'm glad to have trolls in my chat.
By the president, overwhelmingly passed by the House and the Senate, Democrats and
Yeah, imagine being demeaned for being chill. I know, right?
Republicans, that is being actively flouted by members of this administration.
By the way, guys, thank you guys so much for the support and all the outreach and all that. You guys have been doing absolutely amazing today. For some reason, I just swore at you. Oh my God, what are we in 5? Are we 5 years old? Did we put the big boy pants on today, or did we put the little boy? Did we put the diapers on? Damn it, this Ambien is doing nothing. You know, something I learned is to imagine you're in a canoe and imagine that you are slowly drifting in the canoe as on a gentle lake. That's what US military does to try to fall asleep very quickly. But anyways, yeah, I'm an adult. I use curse words, okay? I'm sorry. If that's not something that you enjoy, I apologize, but you may want to go to the tune into PBS. I hear they have some great programs for children. So you might want to tune in there.
You want to consider contempt for anyone? Start there. Otherwise, it's hard to take any efforts coming
I don't even think I cussed that. Guys, I know I curse a good amount, but I'm not exactly the worst at it, I don't think. I know I am a sailor. I have a sailor's mouth, but I don't think it's
Oversight Committee Republicans seriously. Thanks.
Congressman Crow said today that he and other Democrats who were part of that Don't Give Up the Ship video in November have been contacted by the DOJ since then. How are you counseling those folks about handling the outreach? Do you think they should cooperate with DOJ?
Well, that's going to be a decision made between the members of Congress and their legal representation. We're going to.
I do appreciate voices in my chat that are that have a different viewpoint as me, but I do find it funny when they pearl clutch about swearing. Meanwhile, their very own president was touching underage children. Very interesting. But thank you guys so much for the love and support. If you guys aren't subscribed already, I highly recommend subscribing. I do a show every day from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where I talk about the news, politics, and so much more. So if that interests you, give a like and subscribe.
Going to make sure that they have the highest quality legal representation. We stand firmly behind them. They did nothing wrong. These members of Congress did not violate the law, and the Department of Justice continues to weaponize the criminal justice system to go after people who express dissent or stand up against the extremism and corruption of the Trump administration.
Were they testing the definition of woman, or were they just curious because they had never seen one? That's my question. Mark, are you potentially curious on what a woman looks like? I could maybe describe it for you.
Here's the thing. Let's be clear to the Department of Justice. You're not intimidating any of us.
Again, host forgets just
None
how
of us
weak
are
and
intimidated by
pathetically fragile us MAGA are. I know. I really do. I try to be fucking as... I know a lot of other liberals are much more heavy-handed with it, so I try to be build bridges and stuff, but it really is the slightest thing I say, and it's fucking over. It's over. It's even worse when we support law and order, like, but look, have you looked at this administration? Exactly, they're walking over norms like it's no one's business. It's truly, it's baffling to me. And then, like, we're supposed to be a nation that supports democracies. And then Trump, one day after talking to the Ayatollah's diplomacy team, starts spitting Ayatollah talking points, saying how the protesters are shooting back at the security forces, which there's no evidence of. It's truly a clusterfuck.
By your actions. The Department of Justice is filled with unqualified political hacks. You're not intimidating members of the House or the Senate on the Democratic side. Your
It's not
efforts
pedophilia done patriotically like Trump. Yeah, Trump was actually a CIA agent, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys forgot about that, according to Mike Johnson, Trump was an asset for the FBI and the CIA.
Futile and will be defeated, as has been the case with the attempt to weaponize charges against my own Attorney General, Tish James, where Americans now are saying enough with these phony, fake, and fraudulent charges.
Yeah, this shit's just...
So we'll handle each of these situations as they emerge. But clearly the intention from the beginning of this administration last year was that they were going to try to steamroll Democrats in the House and the Senate, steamroll the American people. It has not happened. Republicans are the ones who are being steamrolled electorally.
Amen.
And here in the House of
we've been winning
Representatives,
special election after special election. I'm excited to see what how the midterms. Jeffrey is a putz? I think you mean Donald Trump. My bad. Or Mike Johnson. I think it might be more applicable there. Mike Johnson. Nobody respects Mike Johnson anymore. You have people in his own party trying to go around him, saying he's an incompetent leader. Could you imagine? So embarrassing.
they
for the
can't even
Republicans.
legislate. This group of people, they don't know how to organize a two-car funeral. They're losing votes week after week after
Two-car
week.
funeral. I
The
like
whole
that.
thing is falling apart. And so the notion that we're going to be intimidated by these toxic people, who the American people are rejecting, these toxic people in the administration, is not going to
Are my
happen.
feelings hurt? Oh yeah, I'm truly just bawling right now. I'm crying. I'm crying like I got a big boo-boo, much like the ICE agent who got ran over by that car. Just absolutely ran over. Yeah, he got a big boo-boo apparently.
Has not happened, will not happen, ever.
Ranger, all I'm gonna say is you don't have to be jealous of the fact that I have more people watching me than you. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, all I'm gonna say is that you're the one soying out in my chat. No Muro, I don't know how the fuck to say your name. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and J.I. has just displayed something that will get you timed out in my chat, saying an American citizen deserves death. I don't believe that. I don't think you guys believe that either.
And you said you want to have some provisions on ICE. Do you have any more details on how they could be made to conduct themselves like other law enforcement agencies? Your word is
Well, there are a variety of different things that clearly should be done. No other agency is running around.
I do agree. We just need to cancel. You got me again, Mr. Mayhem. Anything I say is just, you know, it's void.
Communities in the United States of America being
Yeah, and
masked
who
up.
is
ICE
lying
agents
on the
should
left,
not be.
by the way? I would love to know that. And I want you to compare that to the waterfall of lies that comes out of Trump's mouth on a daily.
Masked up. Every other law enforcement agency, when they execute upon their mission, have warrant requirements. ICE should have warrant requirements. Back home in New York City, New York's finest, the NYPD, best law enforcement agency in the world, they all have to wear body cameras, as is the case with police departments and law enforcement agencies all over the country. ICE should be required to wear body cameras. Law enforcement
His
agencies
trigger
all
finger
across
was
the country
sprained.
have policies that limit
Well,
their ability.
No, the boo-boo was apparently internal bleeding, but even a bruise can be considered internal bleeding. I think it's just disgusting that the Department of Homeland Security just put out a small little memo about that without any actual evidence of the medical report or anything like that. It's very embarrassing.
to storm hospitals, schools, or houses of worship. ICE shouldn't be able to storm
arguments.
hospitals,
Fact.
schools.
Very true. You did win every single argument we've ever had, and well, I guess I submit that you're the winner. Hello, doggy. Yes, hello. Oh, geez, we've got some major soy in my chat right now. Hakeem Jeffries is a joke. You mean he's an absolute Chad? The whole Democratic Party is a joke. These liberals are a joke. My friend, I think you need to talk to your therapist about something. If you're having that much problem with the Democratic Party. Anyways, let's continue.
Or houses of worship. There are a variety of different things that can be done that we have put on the table and will continue to put on the table.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, FAFO is also demonstrating something that will instantly get you put out in my chat. Saying an American citizen deserved death. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself in this, but American citizens do not deserve death just because they broke a law. Hard to believe, I know. If only there was an investigation, we might be better understand how he got his internal injury, but we may never know. Amen, Sans. You speak to a beautiful point that we should be all paying attention to.
To get ICE under control so that they are actually conducting themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country.
You know, I don't know how it's hard not to celebrate an American citizen's death. I don't know how it's hard. But for some reason, MAGA struggles with it.
As opposed to operating as if they're above the law. Somehow thinking they've got absolute immunity. They don't have absolute immunity.
Yeah, I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I just... It's really heartbreaking, dude. It's heartbreaking because I was shocked when Charlie Kirk was shot, you know. You know, and I immediately condemned it, and anybody that was involved I immediately said should be arrested, but they can't do the same. And there was not an investigation. There's not a fucking fair investigation going on. What are you talking about? You're just making up fake news, which congratulations. That's what you guys were against originally. Try not to be a piece of shit, any percent challenge, and they fail every time. I know, it's not that hard of a speed run either. You just try not to be a piece of shit. And for some reason, they continue to fail.
Supreme Court granted immunity, unfortunately, to one person, the President of the United States of America. It's one of the reasons why we've seen this extremism consistently unleashed on the American people, but it doesn't apply to anybody else. So every single one of these people who we see brutalizing the American people.
Yes, I am the judge of fair. Yep, you got me. So you're going to tell me that a fair investigation is happening right now? An investigation that they barred the state police from being a part of? You're going to tell me that's fair? If so, I have a bridge to sell you, and it is beautiful, my friend.
People, they're going to be held accountable one way or the other, accordance with the law. And the statute of limitations, this is for every single member of the Trump administration, is 5 years. Donald Trump will be long gone. Left, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Statute of limitations will be alive and well.
To be honest, there's not an investigation going on about the shooting. So you're just lying. There's no investigation going on. Hold on. I need to... Yeah, there's no investigation going on. What are you talking about?
And there'll be a lot of people in this country,
The
patriotic.
state police weren't fair. So you're saying state police shouldn't be involved in a shooting that happened in their jurisdiction? Get the fuck out of here, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
People determined.
Don't actually get out of here. That was just like a, you know, get out of here. Unless you want to leave, totally feel free to.
To make sure those who broke the law with impunity during the Trump administration are held accountable.
Will you vote no if you don't get those things?
The bill related to Homeland Security funding that was currently scheduled to be on the House floor this week is not on the House floor.
Keep your eyes wide shut. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm doing. I'm not the one sticking my head in the ground saying, oh yeah, this is going to be a fair investigation. When Kristi Noem came out the day after it happened and said she was a domestic fucking terrorist. That's insane, bro.
Because it doesn't have Democratic support. So you're going to have to ask House Republicans what they plan to do relative to funding in this particular area if they continue to take a my way or the highway approach.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Representative Ilhan Omar has repeatedly dismissed the $9 billion Minnesota fraud figure, but numerous people, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Minnesota representatives in the state, Chairman Comer, amongst others, have confirmed this number is indeed correct and see it as one of the largest frauds in U.S. history. Do you acknowledge that this $9 billion figure is accurate? And also, what do you make of the
Plenty of videos prove you wrong. I don't typically look at videos, my friend. I look at stats and data and just evidence in general. What, are you talking about the Nick Shirley video? Oh my God. Go back and watch my stream where we went over that.
Minnesota House introducing resolutions to
Tell us to leave if we want is way too harsh, bro. I know.
impeach Governor Tim Walz?
I'm being a bit of a meanie head.
Well, I'm unfamiliar with resolutions having been introduced relative to the impeachment of Tim Walz. I assume that's some extreme MAGA Republican who has done it, so I don't take that effort seriously. And if you're citing James Comer as a source for me, you better start someplace else because he's not an individual that has any credibility, as far as I'm concerned, relative to the allegations that he's made. If James Comer wants to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse, start with the Trump administration.
Amen, bro. Like, why
Go
are
look
we fucking
into
just
your
beating around
organized
the
crime
bush?
boss who's running pay-to-play schemes all across the country, shaking down corporations and individuals, launching retribution efforts against.
By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please remember to like and subscribe. Nick Shirley wasn't at the shooting. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I thought you were talking about what the video was talking about. My bad. Are you talking about, like, I don't think any of the video evidence that has come out is conclusive at fucking all. You're obviously looking at it with a narrative if you think any of that evidence that has come out is conclusive.
American citizens who
Your straw man is weak.
Agree with him. That's the behavior of an organized crime boss. And taxpayer dollars are being used to run this toxic scheme. If James Comer is serious about waste, fraud, and abuse, go investigate what's coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the Trump
No, it's not.
White House. Now, as
surely you can't be serious. Hey,
relates
for
to
real.
the
That's what I
allegations
ask people.
that have been raised
Shirley
in
video?
Minnesota,
Like, for real, bro?
there are active
That thing
investigations being run
You're
by
very biased. Well, I don't deny that I have a liberal bias.
state and local authorities who actually do have credibility to uncover the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Follow the facts, apply the law, and let the chips fall where they may. Thanks.
Thank you, Leader. As more and more members of your caucus call for ICE to be abolished, how do you feel that will impact Democrats who are in swing districts?
Yeah, keep starting. I agree, Benzo Scarlet. Like, whatever helps you sleep at night. But these people just start at a conclusion and work their way back. Like, I'd say I'm pretty fair to all the voices in my chat, and I try to let voices be prominent that are not, you know, on my side. But I mean, if you know what I think the issue is, I think a lot of what I'm saying is making sense to the poor guy. And so instead of accepting it immediately, he's rejecting it. And I think that's what we're going to see. And Will is saying something that is absolutely disgusting. Happy that an American was killed and saying that more people need to be killed. Now, I can't think of something more un-American than that right there, ladies and gentlemen. Will, you need to apologize. You need to apologize right now. You need to apologize for what you've done, Will. Will, come into my Discord. Hold on. One moment. I think you need to apologize for your privilege, number one, and for what you just said. I think you need to apologize. Come on, come apologize for me. I think you need to apologize. Yep. By the way, if you guys enjoyed the Discord, make sure to click that link. It will give you access to behind-the-scenes content and all sorts of stuff.
Listen,
like
House
that.
Democrats are going to
No, he
take.
doesn't. No, yeah, he does. No, he needs
majority
to apologize. He needs
in
to
November.
apologize.
Donald Trump knows it. Republicans know it. We know it. And the only question at this point in time is by
I think
how
I'm gonna
much.
start doing that more.
We're going to continue.
I think you can sucks a dick. Well, I don't typically think about that. So why is that on
You
your
to
mind?
fight
man?
hard to make life better for the American
I think you need to apologize for your privilege, man.
people. Lower the high cost of living.
I think you need to
Fix our
apologize
broken
for your
healthcare
privilege.
system.
I can smell it.
Make life more affordable. Clean up the corruption that is preventing us from delivering a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the difference between Democrats and Republicans at this point is very clear. The contrast is very clear. And voters are reacting to that all across the country, not just Democrats. Independents, swing voters, and traditional Republicans
I'm sorry,
are
I'm
recoiling
better than
at
you?
what they are.
Oh my, that is some of the most un-American speech I've ever seen. How are you better than me? That's just embarrassing, my friend.
Are seeing from the Republican Party. And what unifies Democrats is a focus on making life more affordable for the American people. Thanks, everyone.
Ice or not moose or bears, agitating them should not be lethal. Amen, dude. Anyways, guys, I'm going to be getting out of here a little bit earlier than I have the past couple days. Just because I have some things, some errands I need to run and stuff like that. But if you guys enjoyed the stream, please make sure to like and subscribe. I'll actually be live a little later than the scheduled stream I have tomorrow because I will be going to work a little early that day. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, please make sure to like and subscribe. You guys have absolutely killed it today on the likes and all that. So, oh, please stay. Well, I will be here tomorrow. So if you would like to engage and talk, also I do call-ins if you guys want to call in and debate. So don't be afraid of that. But I got to get out of here. And actually, let me see if anybody is live right now that I really enjoy. Oh, it looks like Kalinda is live right now, so you guys should go check out
I think that
Kalinda
like some
and tell her what's up. I'll send the link real quick. But besides that, I'm gonna get out of here, gamers. I'm gonna get out of here. Go check out Kalinda. Have fun tomorrow. I will be skiing. We'll have a good time skiing. I don't think Democrats hate straight white men. We have many of them in our party, so it'd be weird to hate them. Anyways, I gotta head out. Let me get a song real quick. What are we thinking about this one? No, we'll do boot camp. All right, soldiers. Be strong. Be strong in your will and be strong in your ways. Fight the liberal battle at every step, oppose fascism, and most of all, hit those 420 trick shots. I'll see you guys tomorrow.